Welcome to our Hitchhiker Encounters. I'm Meeka Nomicon, and this is you. And him. You. Middle of nowhere, 3:32 p.m. In other news, the hit boy band Cake will be playing live tomorrow night at the Sun Eaters Alley Stadium in Park Bend, Arizona. According to our sources, concert tickets sold out within seconds of their initial online release date, despite the fact that a massive influx of these users caused the website itself to crash. Luckily, they managed to get the site up and running again, but many people were upset since they were forced to log back in, and many missed out on buying tickets because of this. Thousands took to Twitter to vent their frustrations while others made light of the situation by making and sharing memes. Many of these posts went viral and got Sunita Alley Stadium trending for 3 days straight on Twitter itself. The DJ lets out a huff of breath. I can't believe what I'm seeing in these reports. Can you, Kenny? The car's radio crackles, and a new voice joins in on the conversation, his tone coming across as both jovial and borderline cartoonish. Not in the slightest, and I'm just as stunned as you are. It's fascinating to see these young men who started from modest backgrounds rise to take the world by storm. I don't think I've seen a boy band craze this bad since the 90s and early 2010s, but I don't think those even compare to what we're seeing today. Don't you agree, Bob? Bob, the first radio DJ who spoke, lets out a giant gulp. Whoa, boy, is that an understatement. Even my husband adores their latest hit single, The Way You Make Me Sway, which is saying something. I thought your husband hated modern day music. My point exactly. If they can make my husband love their sound, then you know they've got something special that old men like him and I can't even ignore. When they start playing Cake's latest single, you turn down the dial on the radio, choosing instead to focus on the long stretch of road before you. The blistering heat already makes it hard to concentrate, and you don't need the added distraction. Especially considering you've driven almost 323 miles, thanks to your aunt's pleas to gather up all your uncle's valuables and drop them off at his new apartment in the next 6 towns over, and are now on the return drive home. Sans guns. Wait, we've been moving guns to our uncle? Is that even legal? I mean, it'd probably be a very bad time for us to get pulled over by the cops. You tried turning her down, but your mom called and forced you to agree. Think about being a good relative and mentions of past actions when your aunt almost didn't treat you like dirt and yada yada yada. At that point, you just wanted to hang up and go back to your hermit crab lifestyle. Do we even really like our family? Because we could just block them. That would certainly get us out of these situations. So, you agreed and took an obscene amount of guns from your aunt to give to your uncle. Due to the terms and conditions of their divorce, the judge ruled that since your aunt got ownership of the house, your aunt needed to fork over her collection of guns and hand them over to your uncle. How many guns did our aunt have if their value equaled a house? Also, that sounds like one messy divorce. Getting the aforementioned guns out of her house was a nightmare. The woman kept screaming every time you loaded the guns into your car. You had to restrain her when she kept trying to lunge for your trunk, saying he wouldn't know if 1 or 2 were missing. When you refused to budge on the matter, she became inconsolable and ran inside the house, shutting herself in the bathroom for a solid 20 minutes before you needed to leave. When she returned, her demeanor returned to normal. Well, at least for her. Relatives are weird, man. Speaking of weird, how long was this stretch of road again? You could have sworn it was a heck of a lot shorter the first go-around. Not to mention, you need to pee. You regret not stopping by the gas station 50 miles back, actively choosing to ignore the huge warning sign that said next gas station in 100 miles. Okay, so silver lining. We're at least halfway to the next gas station. A terrible decision considering the current state of your bladder. You mull over your lack of options when something in the distance catches your attention. As your car eats up the distance between you, you make the shape of a large, lumbering figure walking along the side of the road with their thumb jutted out and raised above their head. Huh, what's a hitchhiker doing all the way out here? Your bladder quakes. Never mind, you don't have time for this. Not to mention the fact that your mother always warned about shady hitchhikers. Letting this man into your car reeks of future trouble. Best to avoid a situation like that altogether. When you pull right up behind him, you notice a distinct limp to his walk and blood blooming out of his pant leg. Seeing his injury causes guilt to settle in. Okay, but just bear in mind, just because he's injured does not mean he's innocent. I mean, he could have got stabbed while he was attacking someone. I'm just saying, we could just ignore him and go relieve our bladder. He's clearly hurt and needs help, and there's no one else around but you. You wrestle with your options when he suddenly collapses into a heap on the side of the road. Crap! There goes your self-preservation. You park just a ways ahead of him and launch out the driver's seat, praying to a god you don't believe in that he's okay. Don't we find this oddly concerning? I mean, yes, I get it, he's injured, but it seems rather convenient that he collapses just as we come up to him. Almost as he did it on purpose or pretended to, just so we would help him. I'm just saying, I don't trust this guy. When you reach him, you fall to your knees and gently nudge his shoulder, only to garner no response. Come on, please be okay. You lean down and press your head against his chest. You feel it rise and fall, and the sound of a faint heartbeat. Good, he's still breathing. You sit back up and try gently shaking his shoulder again. Sir? Sir, can you hear me? He's also conscious. Another good sign. Don't worry, sir, I'm going to call for help, okay? You pull out your cell phone, ready to dial the emergency helpline, when a hand latches onto your wrist in a vice-like grip, and the man beneath you adjusts himself into his sitting position. You're taken aback by the man's fierce gaze, glaring at you through a veil of raven-colored hair. Don't call anyone. I'm fine. Yeah, but... Nails dig into your forearm, not enough to draw blood, but enough to warn you. He means business. I said I'm fine. Oh, well, we could call anyway. Or listen to the sexy man. Well, he is a bit of an aggressive man, and he sounds like he really doesn't want us calling the police, which just adds to my theory that he got injured attacking someone. So we should probably listen and do what he says before we're going to get ourselves stabbed. You lower your phone, exiting out of the phone app without a second glance at the screen. All right, but at least let me take a look at your leg. He visibly relaxes at your compliant nature and nods, leaning back so you can roll up his pant leg and examine the damage lying underneath. Blood coats the wound on his leg. You can't even see the extent of the injury. When there's so much, you need to clean it off. Wait right here. You head for your car and locate the box cutter knife hidden underneath the driver's seat. Cutting off the bottom half of your shirt, you grab the cold but now warm water bottle you brought with you for your mini road trip and use it to soak a stray piece of fabric. You toss your box cutter back onto the driver's seat before returning to the hitchhiker. We should have definitely took that thing with us. The hitchhiker looks up upon hearing your approaching footsteps. You watch his eyes widen into the equivalent of a large saucer's, his lips slightly parted in surprise as his gaze zeroes in on the new patch of exposed skin. He studies the shape of your body, tracing over each and every part of you with new eyes. You grow flustered at the detention, but you also don't hate it. It's nice, in a way. Are we forgetting we're trying to play medic right now? Behave, man! You're a little disappointed when he averts his gaze, wondering if you misinterpreted the situation, until he bites at his bottom lip, as if he's done something naughty. Your heart flutters at the implications. His reactions are kind of cute. You lower yourself to his level and try to ignore the blush spreading across your own cheeks. He is really attractive, a fact that you couldn't help but notice when you rushed to his side and saw that intense expression, like an arrow striking through your helpless little heart. But that's not the only thing that garnered your attention. This hitchhiker is Adam, the lead singer of Cake. What is the lead singer of Cake doing out in the middle of nowhere? What's he doing all the way out here in the middle of nowhere? So, I couldn't help but notice this. But you're Adam, right? The hitchhiker hesitates before nodding. Okay, so I don't mean to sound rude, but what are you doing all the way out here, asking strangers for rides? Adam rubs the back of his head, almost sheepish in his answer. I accidentally drove my car into a ditch a few miles back, and I forgot my phone at the studio, so I couldn't really reach out and call anyone. Figured on the off chance that someone drove by, I could bum a ride. He smiles, man. Guess I got lucky. You showed up when you did. You're a lifesaver. I don't believe you for a second. You're almost blinded by that smile. No wonder his fangirls go crazy. Urging your pounding heart to calm down, you try concentrating on the conversation at hand and get started on cleaning his leg. You need to focus. Oh, was the crash how you got hurt? Adam shakes his head. Cut my thigh open while hiking with my friends a couple of weeks ago. One of the tree branches was a little too sharp and gave me this as a souvenir. The doctor stitched me up, but I guess it tore back open since I started walking. He chuckles to himself. I didn't even notice, if you can believe it. You're surprised to hear this considering he's got a performance going on later tomorrow night. Surely, he should let it heal before going back on stage. Well, hopefully when I drive you back to town, we can get you to a doctor to get it taken care of. I'm sorry I can't do anything else in the meantime. Don't worry, you've been a big help. You flush at his praise, the smoothness of his voice, and the way he says that makes you feel things you haven't felt in a long time. In places you haven't felt it in a long time. This guy is bleeding. What? We are a heathen, that's what we are. You attempt to focus on the task at hand, wiping away the thick congealed blood. But it's hard to concentrate when all you can think about is the fact that your hands are near his thighs and, oh gosh, you're turning beet red from the thought alone. Nibbling at your bottom lip, you peer up at him and find his gaze locked onto your hands with blistering intensity. You can't tell if he wants to rip your hands off his leg or to guide them towards other, more intimate places. We do remember we're still on a public road, right? And I'm still not convinced he got this injury from hiking. The heat warming your body desires the latter. Something wrong? His gaze suddenly flickers upward, and you jump, flustered that he's caught you staring. Nothing, just a little dazed is all. Probably because of the heat? You duck your head and redirect your attention downward, ignoring the horny little devil inside of you. Since you're back on track, you didn't notice this before, but the blood on his leg's a bit weird. It chips and peels away like dried paint, instead of smearing. What the hell, dude? Here I am trying to help you. But what the hell is going on with your leg? Are you even injured? The man withdraws a small silver knife tucked into the waistband of his jeans and lunges at you. You don't even have a spare moment to react before he drives the weapon into your chest. Confusion and terror battle in your mind. Adrenaline pumps through your veins as you try to fight him off. You scratch at his chest, face, anywhere you can dig your nails into, but he scoffs and pins your arms down with his knees. You watch in horror as he plunges the knife into your exposed chest, again and again. You have some anger issues, dude. You don't even have time to ask why as the world goes dark. Oh, we were too promiscuous. Oh, we get punished for our heat. Well, I don't see this ending any better for us since he's clearly got anger issues. But why don't we call anyway and stand our ground? Also, if his blood on his leg was chipping away like paint, that does imply he's not even been stabbed, right? Which does add believability to my idea that he only collapsed to bring your attention to him. I don't trust you, and this is not just because you just stabbed me. He's insane if he thinks you're just gonna let this whole thing slide. He's clearly injured and definitely needs a dressing for that wound on his leg. You yank your arm out of his grasp and press the phone to your ear before standing up, turning your back to the man as you glare at the sun beating down on you. Could it be any hotter? Why would we turn our back? I mean, he's clearly proved himself to be aggressive and not wanting us to phone. We're a fool. We're gonna deserve to get stabbed again. An operator picks up. Hello, what's your emergent? She's cut off mid-sentence when the hitchhiker plucks the phone out of your hands and drops it on the ground. He crunches the device underneath a scuffed boot, hands in his pockets, looking almost bored as he does so. Once he's done destroying the phone, you worked 3 years in customer service to pay off. He runs a hand through his hair and reveals an all-too-familiar smile. Adam, on his journey from singing in a small-town church choir to becoming the lead singer of Cake. Ooh, spring edition. You recognize those features that spanned across multiple blogs on the internet's stratosphere, from his gleaming white teeth, which were perfect advertisement for the 10 toothpaste commercials he sponsored, to the scar on his eyebrow that fangirls obsessed over. The lead singer of Cake, Adam. You open your mouth to comment, wondering how a man like him ended up here, when he rushes forward and plunges something into your shoulder. Oh, he's found his knife again. You're caught off guard, his momentum pushing you backwards, and your head cracks painfully against the asphalt. The man stands over you for a moment as he wipes the blood off his knife by using his shirt as a makeshift handkerchief. He smiles cruelly as he crawls over your collapsed body with a predatory gleam in his eye, thighs boxing in your hips, trapping you underneath him as his hand pins your wrists over your head. You watch as he reaches into his back pocket to reveal a phone of his own. He taps something on his screen, and all of a sudden, you're blinded by light. Really? You're taking my picture now, dude? You try blinking the stars out of your eyes, confused by what just occurred. Shoot, I left the flash on. Sorry about that. This son of a bee! You kick your legs and book your hips in a valiant effort to toss him off your body, throwing your weight around in hope that you'll catch him off balance. But he doesn't seem fazed in the slightest. You give up after exhausting yourself. Damn it all! Once you've settled, Adam taps his phone screen again, and this time there's no blinding light. He stares at the picture for just a moment, nods to himself, then shoves his phone into his back pocket, satisfied by whatever he sees. You've got a pretty photogenic face. The pictures will print out great, don't you think? You try spitting in his face, but it misses by a landslide. Aw, that wasn't very nice. Nice went out the window when you stabbed me. Maybe I wouldn't have stabbed you if you listened to me and hung up the phone. Well, that's just a bald-faced lie, and we all know it. You'd have stabbed me regardless. Yeah, right. You get the distinct feeling that he's lying through his teeth. You don't peg him as an honest type, considering he's probably got a bunch of skeletons in his closet if he's attacking strangers for craps and giggles. What did you want my photo for? Scrapbooking? His face darkens at your retort. How is that any of your business? Well, I'm becoming the one in the photo, dying. I feel like it's my business. Surely he's joking. You look at his tense expression. Nope, he's 100% serious. But at least he's not cutting you open like a slab of meat. If you can keep him talking, maybe you'll find a way out of this mess. A Christmas present for your dear old mum and dad, then? Don't talk about my mother! Oh, I think I hit a nerve. Oh? Does he have mummy issues? No. Maybe he has daddy issues. Better yet, maybe both. What about your dad? Can we talk about him? Adam considers you a moment, obviously confused by your cavalier attitude, despite the current situation, but he's curious enough to see where this leads. You know what, I can appreciate that. Let's face it, we're borderline dead anyway. We've already been stabbed in the shoulder. Well, we might as well just antagonize him as much as we can. What do you want to know about him? Does he snore like a boar? Did he play catch with you as a kid? Does he barbecue and watch football on Sundays? Does he make corny dad jokes? What does he do for a living? To answer your questions in order, no, yes, no. And he's a preacher for my hometown church back in Tennessee. Ah, a fan of the big guy in the sky, eh? I'm guessing you went to church a lot as a kid. Adam considers you a moment. Ah, so that's your angle. I'm sorry. Oh, did we get stabbed again? You gasp as nails dig into your wounded shoulder. Tears prick at the corner of your eyes, threatening to spill over, and you have to bite your lip to keep them in place. No way will you let this man get the self-satisfaction of seeing you cry. You want to keep me talking until you can't think of an escape plan. Is that it? Actually, I just wanted to annoy you as much as I possibly can before I succumb to my injuries. But I can try and escape regardless if you'd like me to. Well, I'm sorry to inform you, but that won't happen. We're alone. I'm armed with a knife, and this highway is almost always deserted. Very few cars drive along this highway, and the only reason people tend to travel here is for nefarious means or out of sheer desperation, but it's almost always the latter. I would know. I scoped out this place ahead of time. Wait, so this was all premeditated then? So, the only question I have, did he know we were going to be here? I mean, maybe he just wanted our photo to remember one of his kills? Or he was targeted us specifically. He gives you a sadistic grin. But you know what? Why not? I'll play this game for a little while longer. It could be fun, after all, giving you that small sliver of hope that someone might pass by and rescue you from your fate. Speaking of fate, let's talk about something related to that. Destiny itself. Don't worry, I promise this all circles back to my father. Now let's see. He pauses a moment to gather his thoughts before he begins talking again. My dad. You know, it's funny. Despite being religious and believing in the power of free will, my father also thinks that destiny plays a big role in our everyday lives. He always says that while some things are in our control, other things are milestones made by God to teach us pivotal life lessons, planned far in advance. A test of sorts, you could say. He digs his nails deeper into your wound, and you bite your lip so hard it bleeds. Tell me something. Do you believe in destiny? You know, say I keep going back and forth whether I do or don't. I mean, I used to think that destiny automatically removes the possibility of free will living. But actually, I think they both can coexist. Because what if destiny is just like the endpoint you're destined to reach, and then free will is just whichever path you choose to go there. So, I feel like they could exist. But us as a character, we really don't believe in it. But I shall lie to you anyway. Yes, I do believe in destiny. You lie, thinking your answer will appease him. Yeah. The corner of his lips kick upwards, and for a moment, you think you've answered the question correctly. That is, until he withdraws his knife again. Oh! You know, maybe by saying we believe in destiny, we've essentially just said we believe we're gonna die by his knife. Oops. Adam leans close, lips brushing against your earlobe in a low, seductive voice. You're lying. Oh, I don't think he likes liars. He shifts back to his original kneeling position and drags the knife along your neck in one swift, practiced movement. Blood spills down your chest, soaked up by the ground underneath you. Your body convulses, fighting for survival, legs kicking out in a frantic effort to stave off the sudden lack of oxygen. But there's so much blood, and the man sitting on top of you watches with some sort of sick fascination, while your life slips away by the second. There's not an ounce of regret reflected in those eyes of his. The only person who can save you now is yourself. Honestly, with that throat cut open, I don't even think we can save us. You try to lift your arms to press your palms against the wound, but you're so weak that he's able to easily pin your arms at your sides and tuts like a teacher, disappointed in their rebellious student for acting out against their wishes. No, there's no use in fighting the inevitable. Just let it happen. He lets go of your wrists, and you have no choice but to obey. You don't have the strength for another attempt. You watch in resigned horror as the edges of your vision turn dark, like the edges of a letter being burned and leaving nothing but black ash in their wake. You whimper in fear as he shushes you, pressing a finger to your lips. It's okay. This is a natural part of the process. It'll be over soon. And besides, there's a place for liars such as yourself in the afterlife. At least according to my father. I can't speak for whether or not that's true. But hey, look at it this way. At least, you'll fit right in. Oh, bad end too. Ooh, liar. Well, it could have been worse. We could have been burnt to death. Okay, so clearly, honesty is the best policy. Is anyone else also getting kind of like Adam and Eve vibes here? I mean, he is obviously named Adam, which is the most obvious one, but then we've got like the apple at the end and in the title screen of him biting it. And there is a snake as well in our dead end scenes. And his father is a preacher. Mum always said honesty was the best policy, no matter the circumstances. Sure, it might get you killed here, but he's probably already planning on doing that anyway. No, you admit through clenched teeth. Especially when people like you exist. What sick mystical ball would send me to someone like you as a test? He stares down at you for a moment, dissecting you with his eyes. You feel like one of those dead frogs they use in biology class to teach teenagers how bodies work and function, with your limbs all splayed out and pinned to your sides, ripe for organ harvesting. You wait for him to slice you wide open in response to giving the wrong answer, but to your surprise, he doesn't. Funny, I thought you tried to lie and appease me. Typically when I ask someone a question after they find out their life's on the line, they try and fit their answer to one they think I'd like. I, however, find honesty to be one of the most honorable traits a person can have. In fact, I'd prefer your honesty, even if our views differ. So, you believe in destiny? Why does that not surprise me? Oh, I don't. I was just curious to see how you'd answer. You wanted to get to know me after all, even if it was just to buy time. I figure I'd still extend the same courtesy. I normally don't let my guard down and talk about my father like this. Aren't you happy? This shows how special you are to me. Wow, narcissistic much? Oh, I bet you say that to all your victims. His eyes narrow to your sarcasm, but you continue on because you can't stop yourself. I truly am the luckiest person alive. I don't deserve you or your kindness. You really are like the other serial killers. Yeah, we kind of had that coming, didn't we? He reclaims his knife and buries it deep into your shoulder, effectively cutting you off. Did you at least only stab the shoulder that's already injured? I'm just saying, I'd rather get stabbed twice in the same place than one in each shoulder. When he withdraws the blade, he examines the fresh blood coating the knife and frowns. I appreciate honesty, to an extent, but you'll fare better if you keep your mouth shut. Make me. A childish retort in the grand scheme of things, but you'll be damned if he's getting the last word in edgewise. You watch as he angles the blade, lifting it high overhead before bringing it down towards your sternum with a most cold-blooded expression. You have to think quickly and throw him off his guard to ensure your survival. Oh, we could just kiss him. I feel like that's probably going to be the correct answer, right? Because in our first death end, he was a little bit flustered like we were. But as much as I want to try that, I really just want to claw his eyes. You lurch forward as far as you can and try to jab your thumbs into his eyes. He scoffs and easily grabs your wrists, pinning your hands above your head in one swift motion, using only one hand while keeping his knife in the other. Adam uses his weight against you. You're nose to nose, and you can see flecks of red in those psychotic eyes of his. Oh, that didn't work out for us. We didn't even land a hit, did we? God, we were useless. And again, we have been stabbed twice. He's grinning like a madman. Never pegged you for the violent type. It's not really becoming of you, if I'm being honest. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't expecting it. You struggle to breathe, with the full weight of his chest bearing down on yours. He's enjoying your weak attempts to hold him off. Okay, that's actually a lie. I expected you to cry first, and then fight back when crying didn't work. How about it? Why don't you cry for me? You gasp as something sharp drills into your side, shifting back and forth. Tears prick the corners of your eyes as you hear the sound of your flesh being sliced into like a butcher cutting into meat. You're trembling from both adrenaline and the knowledge that you aren't making it out of this alive. Oops, too late. Guess I have no choice but to gut you up like a violent pig you are. Oh, it's still okay. He drives his knife down to the center of your body, starting from your chest and slicing all the way down to your belly button in one swift motion. Agony rips through you like a bolt of catastrophic lightning, vision turning pure white. You try blinking to clear out your vision, but find your eyelids aren't cooperating. No part of your body operates like it should. You know, Adam's voice flitters through a field of white. I almost thought you were interesting, and maybe even a little bit cute, but that vicious personality of yours changed my mind. You feel him adjust himself over your limp body, and can only assume he's lifting the knife again. Is it just me, or is he a little bit hypocritical? Well, I'm not cute because I was violent, says the guy that sat on our chest stabbing us. I'm glad to rid the world of a violent person like you. The blade burrows itself into your chest, past your ribs, and pierces straight through your heart. The world goes quiet, and you fade into the white. Well, we got our violent end. Okay, so kissing him should be the way to get him knocked off balance then, right? Since this attempting to be violent really doesn't work. You grit your teeth through the pain, but it's the first thing that comes to mind. Before he can react, you grab him by the scruff of his shirt and pull him down. Caught off balance, he drops his knife and braces his hands on the ground, unable to avoid your awaiting mouth. His dark eyes go comically wide as your lips touch. He goes still for a total of 2 seconds, which doesn't give you enough time to grab his knife and aim for the jugular. You expect him to shove you away, to scrub his mouth clean on you, to drive his knife down in his disgust. What you don't expect is for him to return your kiss with desperate urgency. He's a man who's sought thrill from murder, but from the looks of it, he hasn't experienced much, if any, intimate interaction. You found an undeniable weakness. He is so distracted, eyelids fluttering shut in pure unabashed pleasure, that you take the opportunity to use your other hand to search for his knife. Your hands swipe over dirt, rocks, and asphalt, until your hand manages to land on the hilt of the blade. You make sure you have a firm grasp and... That's what you get, bugger! You know, we've really got to hope that no one actually drives past right now. I'm just thinking, if someone does, and we have the bad luck that turned out to be one of his groupies, they're just going to side with him, right? And probably attack us for attacking him. He calls after you, but you don't look back. Wait, we only stab him once? We're a fool! Everyone knows if you're going to stab him once, to keep stabbing till he's dead. Hopping into the driver's side, you rev your engine and floor it, pressing pedal to the metal. You see him limping after you in the rearview mirror, and watch as he grows smaller before disappearing completely. Adrenaline pumps through your veins, heart struggling against your ribcage. For hours, on the drive back to your town, you check your rearview mirror to see if he somehow managed to teleport into the back seat, afraid he'll finish the job. I'm okay now, you say when you see your hometown on the horizon. I'm okay. Him. Elsewhere, 9:30 p.m. Adam manages to return to his hotel room without much trouble after calling in a few favors. Oh, well, I guess he didn't leave his phone back at the studio. He's lucky you didn't hit anything vital, just a flesh wound that he managed to stitch up together himself. The action of pushing a needle through skin, like second nature thanks to practicing on previous victims. He lies back on the king-size mattress, spent from walking under the crisp sun and getting hurt to boot. The sheets feel cool and oddly ticklish beneath him. Everything feels ticklish since that kiss from hours earlier, like his nerve endings are standing on end, hypersensitive to everything he touches. He absent-mindedly strokes his own bottom lip. He can still taste you, the shape of your body pressed against his, and the way you moved under him, ingrained into his memory, a permanent stamp on his consciousness. See, this is why we should have kept stabbing him. He is now clearly obsessed with us. I was going to say at least he doesn't know where we live, but he does have a photo of us. So he can probably find a way to track us down, can't he? He wants to see you again, to touch you, to kiss you, to claim you, to mark you. Unwarranted images of you invade his mind, graphic depictions of your bodies intertwined, fueling his lust, and causing his hand to dip down in his You! Stop being a heathen! I stabbed you! Why, you have some bad reactions, buddy. Also, technically you've already marked me. You did stab me in the shoulder. That's definitely gonna scar. He slowly unbuttons his jeans, unable to take much more of this corrosive heat, needing to get you out of his system, when a woman's face flashes behind his eyelids. She stares at Adam in disappointment, tears cascading down her cheeks and over her cuts and scars. She shakes her head. Just like him, she mouths. Adam gasps and risps his hand away, tears pricking the corners of his eyes in frustration. Oh, wait, is that gonna be his mother? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Your face flashes behind his eyelids, and the sun illuminating your frame, like an angel descending from the heavens. Stop it! You pull him down again. You kiss him. Enough! He chokes out a sob and curls into the fetal position, wishing he could bleed you out of his pores and untaint himself, but you left your mark. If he wants to get rid of this fever, this disease burning within him, he needs to find the source and destroy it. Adam calms himself down by taking a deep breath and letting a plan formulate in his mind. As long as he focuses on the future tasks at hand, he can handle this odd feeling overwhelming him and carry out what needs doing. And guess what needs doing is our death. When he opens his eyes, they shine like a determined light, and he promises himself he'll find you again. Chapter 1. 1:43 a.m. Adam only requires a cheap lockpicking kit, board of an Amazon, to break into your apartment. Wait, how the hell did he find us so quickly? A weak defense. Did you really think this would keep him out? It's almost too easy. The way he steps inside, pausing next to your coat rack to allow his eyes time to adjust in the darkness. He scans the room, observing the dark shape of your ratty couch and cheap coffee table that spills with fabric. He wonders briefly if you started in on a sewing project of sorts when his eyes catch on something far more interesting. A door left ajar that he can only assume is your bedroom. He slips out of his boots and places them next to yours. It's almost like he's your husband, returning from work and ready to join his spouse in bed. It's almost too intimate in a way he really doesn't like the feeling it gives him. But he needs to stay quiet, and wearing large clunky boots would reveal his presence. He wants to surprise you, to catch you off guard. Like how you managed to catch him off guard when that kiss on the highway. He'll never forgive you for it. Only the thrill of the hunt manages to subdue any inappropriate thoughts that might overwhelm him. He doesn't want to feel this way, you know? He doesn't like the fact that anyone can wield this sort of power over him because it can easily turn into a weapon, which makes him vulnerable. Not only that, but the inherent wrongness itches at his skin. You're a forbidden fruit that tricked him into taking a bite. He wants to laugh at how his name suits him now. Did his father think he'd give in to his desires? Did he believe he'd grow up and become just like him? Do what's right, a broken woman whispers from the darkness. Don't go down his path. Her words encourage his already determined footsteps. I protected you from him. She steals his resolve. He's going to kill the one who tainted him and become pure again. So that's got to do with our parents, right? So clearly his dad did something to his mom. Adam positions himself in front of the door, wondering what awaits him. Are you planning something? Or are you really naive enough to think you'd be safe after you escaped the first time? Surely, you're prepared for me, aren't you? His voice carries into your bedroom, but garners no response. I thought you wanted to catch me by surprise. You're not very good at this silent attack thing, buddy. Do you have a gun aimed at my head? A bat next to your nightstand? Or did you call the cops? Again, no answer. Now's your chance. Kill me, before I kill you. Adam's taunting you. Probably because you taunted him in his dreams for so long. Still, you don't give in to his games. He grows frustrated and tired of waiting. It's now or never. Adam draws out the knife tucked into his waistband of his jeans. Your blood from the other day still coats the silver blade. The colour transformed into a deep reddish brown because he can't bring himself to wash it until he uses it to take your life. This single action, the taking of your life with this blade, will bring everything full circle. At last, he'll be free. Adam notices a small bed tucked into the corner of the bedroom. The window blinds are lifted, allowing a small amount of moonlight to spill into the room and illuminates the mass of blankets where you potentially rest. Is there going to be some kind of plot twist? Like, is this not actually going to be our house or something? Or maybe we just abandoned the place already thinking he'd find us and it's just quite literally a pile of blankets on the bed. They shift, signaling that someone indeed lies underneath them. Oh, there goes that theory already. Adam approaches the bed, without hesitation, rips the blanket off of your body and onto the floor. You startle awake, your eyes latching onto him, dazed and confused by the sudden shift in realities. You were dreaming one moment, and now you're drawn kicking and screaming into the waking world. How did you not know he was on his way? You really are naive. He thought you were smarter than this, and he's insulted that you managed to escape him. How could someone like this? The words escape him when he sees you, skin glowing from the moonlight, caught off guard by you yet again. Do we sleep naked? Is that what's going to catch him off guard this time? Well, this is why you don't disturb people while they're sleeping, Adam. He keeps his eyes on your face, afraid to wander anywhere else. You sit up and allow what remains of the blanket to spill around your waist. Adam jerks back with a start, dropping his knife that clatters to the ground with a metallic clang. Before he can move out of reach, you grab his wrist and tug him forward. And then you pull him down and drown him in the blood red of your lust. Wait, we do realize this guy wants to kill us, right? Now is not the time to get a bit saucy. Oh, I guess I'll leave you to a heated exchange. One last question. Finally, do you still want to kill me? Adam stares up at you. Yes, of course he does. Killing you means he's done his job and can sleep peacefully at night knowing you'll no longer hurt the people around you. He opens his mouth, then closes it. Yes, just say yes. He tries again and fails miserably. You continue staring at him, patient while you wait for your answer, your body still hovering over his. We should have lunged for the knife by now. I am curious though, is this actually happening? Is this going to be like just one of his nightmares, maybe? Maybe he just doesn't want you to stop. Is that it? Like he's afraid you'll start making him feel good for giving what's obviously the wrong answer. But no, that's not it either. As soon as you touched him, the burning still exists within him. That's a fact. It always will. But the burning's transformed into something else. Something that ignites whenever you touch his skin. The mattress begins sinking inward under Adam's weight. He doesn't even have a moment to process what's happening before the bed swallows him whole. Oh, so maybe it really was one of his nightmares. Adam finds himself suffocating in darkness. He tries clawing around him, but his body remains immobile. Then, he's falling and all of a sudden, he hits solid ground. When he manages to pick himself up, he finds himself stuck in the middle of a kitchen and he's dressed in his old Sunday best. He studies the room, from the aging rose wallpaper to the collection of colourful magnets used to pin up a child's drawing on the fridge. Adam knows exactly where he stands. I'm guessing this was our old childhood home? A soft dripping sound catches his attention. His eyes drift over to the source. Off to his left, with a small square kitchen table with 3 wooden chairs rests. Each chair is given a hand-stitched cushion to soften the otherwise uncomfortable sitting arrangement. A white tablecloth covered at the table, with the exceptions of scarlet drops splashed here and there. A yellow piece of parchment paper rests in the center. Frantic black lettering bleeds through the paper, as if the author was running out of time and scribbled down what they could. Adam reels back in horror at the sight of it. Not this! Anything but this! Red drips onto the paper from above, but he doesn't dare look up. Oh, dare! I dare you to look up! The fresh scent of copper floods his senses. He knows this smell by heart. Normally, he'd thrive off the smell, but this... His legs give out, and he digs his palms into his eyes so hard that he sees stars in the darkness. He can't look up. He refuses to see it a second time. Someone hums next to his ear. He flinches away, still refusing to drop his hands, but the person persists. You don't want to face me. When he refuses to answer, the humming switches to his other ear, and then the singer asks a second question. Can't you even look to see how deeply you've hurt me? Wait, how deeply we've hurt you? Maybe the dad wasn't responsible then. I still maintain that's got to be the mother. Clawed fingers tried dragging his hands away from his eyes. Oh, damn! Were you burnt alive or something? Also, it kind of looks like your mouth got stitched up. They're sharp and painful, and they manage to get him to finally look up and face what he's been dreading. A cold, dead corpse stares at him with bloodshot eyes, the whites glazed over with a greyish film. She, the corpse, cocks her head at a 90-degree angle. The movement causes her clumped red hair to tickle Adam's face. He whispers her name. This single action enrages her and causes her lips to peel back into a shriek that shatters the windows and makes the chairs rattle and topple over. Don't call me that! Don't ever call me that again! You betrayed me! You promised me! I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. Look at what he did to me. What they did to me. Look! Tears stream down Adam's cheeks as she jerks his face closer to her bruised one. Purple and yellow spots dappled the base of her jaw and trailed down the slope of her neck, disappearing under the collar of the grey dressing gown she wears. I'm sorry. He's dragged to his feet by the woman with her hands clamped around his throat. She tightens her grip and he remains limp, knowing this is the punishment he deserves for betraying her like this. For betraying his promise and her memory. I'm so sorry. She snaps his neck with a sickening twist. Current day. Dower Hotel, 5:01 a.m. Okay, so I get the idea that we probably didn't physically hurt her ourselves, well, Adam didn't. But I'm guessing he found out about something that she asked him not to tell anyone. And then he probably told his father. And that's probably why she keeps saying, look why he hurt me or something. I mean, it could also be the rest of the congregation as well. They could have all attacked her for whatever it is Adam told them. Adam catapults off his nightmare, trembling as his eyes dart around the room. The shadows are his demons, waiting to devour him. They hide behind the TV screen, under the bed, in his closet. He can't escape them no matter how hard he tries. Crap! It's just a dream. He needs to calm down. Adam tries thinking about his hunts. The thrill of carving into flesh, of ripping through bone and sinew, and watching as a pathetic life fades by his hand. But then, that corpse's face flashes behind his eyelids, and he can't calm down. Then you appear. A deep seething anger rises within him. He grabs a hold of it. Anger is better than fear. So, he directs all his attention towards you. This, whatever this feeling is, it's all your fault. These weird sexual fantasies won't go away until you're gone and removed from his life. He needs to get to you. Now! There's only one problem. After Adam got back to his hotel, he called Saffron to inform him of the situation. Saffron, in typical fashion, took the ordeal in stride and offered to keep an eye out for you. He spent hours outside of your apartment, waiting to see if your car would show up. It never did. You. Well, it sounds like we were at least smart enough not to go back home. But it does beg the question, how the hell does he know where our home is? Park Bend, Arizona, 8 a.m. A bloody mess of gauze and medical tape you brought to the nearest convenience store clog up the bathroom trash can, covering up the used pregnancy tests and sanitary napkins. Dark smudges circle your eyes from lack of proper sleep. A little fact that your aunt would curl her lip at, wondering why you can't get your act together. Always a supportive woman, that one. If she'd taken the guns herself, maybe you'd be off worrying about your next online show and figuring out how to earn a bigger tip, rather than avoiding your house like it got infested with cockroaches. But make it a singular cockroach. With a knife, you stare at yourself in the bathroom mirror, fighting exhaustion tooth and nail, gripping at the edges of the sink to remain upright. A feat in and of itself. Your shoulder, while taken care of for the time being, likely requires stitches instead of the medical equivalent of flex tape. But who the hell can afford medical insurance in this day and age? Not you, that's who. damn it all to hell! After circling Park Bend for half an hour and weighing your options between returning home or sleeping in your car, you decided on the latter as the safer bet. You don't really want to risk it for the biscuit by returning home, considering there's a possibility Adam might know your address. The attack itself could have been a one-off incident of a thirsty serial killer hell-bent on getting some kind of action. But if that's the case, what did he take that picture for? Maybe you're overthinking this. After all, he could be saving them for himself as a sort of memento of the occasion. You really can't be sure. Maybe it would have been better if... No! You splash yourself with water, stained a questionable colour in order to perk yourself up. Chin up, chest puffed. That's what your best friend Jay used to say before he moved out of state to pursue his dream in the medical field. You plan on taking his advice to heart until you exit the bathroom and meet the gaze of a kid who stares at you with wide-set eyes. He's in the middle of picking his nose and wiping it on his mum's sleeve. That's just nasty. He never breaks eye contact. Upon seeing your grossed-out expression, he cackles like a hyena. Yep, he's gonna grow up to be a serial killer. You bet Adam did the same thing at that age. You'd put money on it even. The doorbell jingles as you step out of the air-conditioned gas station and onto the curb. A sudden wave of vertigo hits and you finally lose your ongoing battle with gravity. Yeah, that would tend to happen when we've got a lot of blood loss. Ooh, but limited edition cake inspired scratch tickets inside. I think we should go buy one. An arm sweeps out to catch you. Soft green eyes meet yours, paired with a gentleman's smile. I don't trust you instantly. Are you alright, my dear? You look a little ill. Guess that's what happens when a crazed man attacks someone with minimal medical access. You know for a fact Adam is probably off smoozing in a fancy-dancy hospital that serves steak with shaved bits of gold sprinkled on top. The world can't be more unfair when a criminal gets better care than their victim. To the gentleman wearing a crisp button-up and slacks in 100-degree weather, you seem weirder. You just nod and disentangle yourself from his hold. He waits until you're stable on your feet to let go. Ain't one too many pancakes at the pancake house down on West Avenue. Challenged my friend to a contest, but you should see the other guy. Is that why you've got a nasty blood-stained shoulder? Your heart stops, and your hand flies to cover your shoulder. You wince at the sudden touch. It stopped bleeding. How did it open up again? He cocks his head to the side. Let me give you a ride to the ER. I'm certain they'll take care of your problem in a jiffy. Thanks for the offer, but I can't afford to fork over hundreds of dollars to just sit in a room, let alone get stitched up. I appreciate your concern, but I'll manage on my own. Then how about this instead? I have friends with a great doctor who runs a small and affordable urgent care center. He even offers payment plans. If I take you there, and I promise I can get your bill halved, what do you think? I think you've got no reason for being this nice to me. I find it highly suspicious. Damn, that's a tempting offer. But one question lingers in your mind. What's in it for you? He adjusts the cuff links on his button-up shirt. All I ask is for an entertaining conversation on the drive over. You provide me that, and I consider it an equal exchange. So, how about it? You know what? That sounds like a dumb deal. I'm not doing it. Nope, 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 nope. You are not to be trusted. How to the no? Last time you let your guard down, you got stabbed, made out with aforementioned stabby arse, and escaped with the skin of your teeth. You'll just take the name of the doctor and go. I'm good, thanks. I appreciate the offer, though. The man nods and digs into the front pocket of his suit before extending 2 business cards to you. The first belongs to the urgent care center. The second, you assume, belongs to him. Wait, Saffron! Oh, thank God we didn't go with you. You're the one that, Mr. Stabby called, right? Collision Industries. Saffron Albrecht, talent manager. Right, you've seen guys like this before, claiming they hold your ticket to fame, only to con you out of your rent money. You try handing his card back to him, but he holds up his hands, which are prepped with splotches of blood, probably from catching you earlier. The man, or rather Saffron, gives you an earnest smile. Feel free to call me in case you run into any trouble. Buddy, you are the trouble. Gotcha. Well, thanks again. I appreciate the help by any means. You listen out for footsteps as you make your way towards your car. Nothing. And when you glance over your shoulder, he's on his phone, innocently texting someone or checking his social media or whatever. Damn, you've become paranoid for a very good reason. He's definitely texting Adam. Almost embarrassed, you climb into the driver's side of your car and start buckling your seatbelt, wondering why you made such a mental fuss about everything. But when you glance back up, you find Saffron staring right at you, and he's licking the speck of blood from his thumb on the bone-chilling smile. Oh, not again! You're starting to think your aunt had the right idea with keeping at least one gun on hand. Too many creeps roaming Arizona as of late. Him. Dower Hotel, 8 a.m. Adam scrubs a towel over his face, pushing back the purple strands of hair plastered to his forehead, his body dripping with sweat. His legs ache after walking the equivalent of 3 miles on the hotel gym treadmill, but at least he's not thinking about you. Until he's thinking about you. He wipes out his phone and checks his messages, desperate for something else to occupy his thoughts, but Saffron hasn't given him an update in hours. Adam's mouth pulls into a tight line, wondering what's taking so long. Where the hell are you hiding? Don't you know he has connections everywhere? Eyes everywhere. You should just give up already. There's nowhere safe for you to run. You're his now. A fact you need to learn sooner rather than later. Blowing out a disgruntled breath of air, Adam folds himself into the plush recliner, stationed in front of a widescreen TV. He's never cared much for extravagant things, despite people always offering them left and right. He was taught to never want them, to never accept anything beyond his means, something he holds onto to this day. On screen, a news outlet discusses the devastation his fans are facing after Kate's latest concert got cancelled due to an unforeseen injury Adam received while hiking. Not an entire lie. Technically, he was hitchhiking, and his latest target became more than he bargained for. A tidbit of general public will never know or learn if he has anything to say about it. Turning his attention back to his phone, he clicks on the message he received the other night from an unknown number that sits just below Saffron's number. The one that tells him who to kill and where. Oh, so I was targeted. Your name is listed alongside your place of residency as well. As your job occupation. Adam swallows thickly. He never realized they actually provided a link to your profile. His finger hovers above it, heart beating a mile a minute. Wait, what precisely is our job? Didn't we say something about getting more tips and live concert or something? He's never been on one of these websites before, although he's heard people mention it in passing. Wait, are we on a fans website basically? Do we sell fans? And only fans, of course. Quite a few people even tried to start a petition for him to join, to which he declined and publicly stated his discomfort. Adam's never shown off anything more than his naked torso, and those were typically for photo shoots. Beneath the bout is, and always has been, out of the question. His eyes dart back up to your name, and before he can stop himself, He clicks on the link. He is brought immediately to your page, which offers a little bio that describes who you are and the specifics of what you offer. Yours doesn't give much away, other than the fact that you do scantily clad cosplays and where to find your other socials. Thousands of people follow your account, a fact that, for some reason, gets under his skin and eats away at him. That's because you're obsessed with us, Betty. He pushes away the feeling, trying to investigate with a clear mind, rather than letting what he discovers feed any emotion. But still, the new feelings budding in his chest, colouring his world from black and white to a new array of hues, with newfound vibrancy, and impossible to ignore. They burn like lit coals in his chest as he sees the ratings listed at the top of the page. And there's a lot of them, all 5-star reviews, all salivating over the custom services you gave them, all interested in what lies underneath those clothes of yours. And you aren't even bothered by the fact. Maybe you even like it. God damn you! Without thinking, and too absorbed in his thoughts, he scrolls downwards until he lands on your videos. He almost snaps his phone in half. The video he's landed on gives a little preview of what the contents contain, which is you lying in bed modelling a very revealing cosplay that leaves little to the imagination. It's like you're mocking him with your eyes, taunting him and his newfound hunger by beckoning him forward, similar to how you did in his dreams. He squirms in his seat as you lick your lips. He can still taste you, the memory of your shared kiss on his abandoned highway, burned into his memory. The fact that he knows what you taste like drives him crazy, like nothing else as before. Damn! Adam puts the phone down, almost slamming it onto the nightstand. He feels so goddamn perverted and disgusted with himself. Why did he do that just now? He shouldn't have looked. Because now he wants to scroll through your feed until he's seen every inch of you, so he can devour you with his eyes and commit each detail to memory. Even the foreboding voice warning him away from this path is drowned out by the roaring in his ears and the blood thumping between his legs. Adam grips the armrest of the chair so tight his nails break because he's afraid if he moves an inch, he's going to reach for his phone again, watch a single one of those videos, and it chimes once. Oh, this is going to be Saffron, right? A text. Adam risks picking up his phone, only looking at the notification on the lock screen. Saffron's name pops up, and the preview message is just 2 simple words. Found them. We should definitely get away then. Park Bend, Arizona, 11:15 a.m. You arrive at an old rundown trailer park, pulling onto a dirt drive that leads to a selection of mobile homes clustered together as if gathered for congregation. Wooden slats meant to serve as fencing offer a poor attempt to separate them and provide some form of privacy for the local residents. A few people chatter in the middle of the road and ignore you while you're forced to navigate around them. You almost take out a portion of the aforementioned fence, which garners a visceral reaction from one of the men standing in the road. Oh, listen, buddy, if you don't want me to take out your fence, get out the road! Or I can take you out. He shouts profanities after you and whacks the bumper of your car with a steel-toed boot before you can drive away. A cute little welcome back to the neighborhood present, all in the form of a new dent. How lucky. You just can't wait to beg your aunt to stay. White-knuckle gripping the steering wheel, you follow the rocky road, right up until you come across a double-wide trailer, painted tan with slightly darker trim. The lawn is freshly trimmed. There's a lovely cactus garden growing. And that's not your stop. Nope, it's the teeny tiny trailer sitting next to the double-wide where looking flamingos dapple the lawn in splashes of neon pink. Your new possible home. The teeny tiny trailer, not the double wide. Again, you're oh so lucky. You really should start playing the lottery. Putting your car into park right next to the potted plant that's browned and withered, You step out and notice one of the blinds shifting as though someone bent to peer out of it, only to quickly pull away. You head for the front door, actively avoiding the middle step of the porch, which remains unfixed after it caved in 2 years back. You raise your hand to knock, but it opens before you can. A hand reaches out from the darkness and latches onto your wrist, causing memories of Adam doing the exact same thing to come flooding back in a rush of panic and fear. He can't be here. He can't! Before you can open your mouth to even scream, the hand yanks you inside, another clamping over your lips as the door clicks shut. Your pulse palpitates in fear as you try struggling out of your captor's hold. Well, I'm guessing this is just our aunt and not actually Adam, so we probably shouldn't bite her hand, right? That's not going to let her stay. We'll go limp. You allow your body to slump, catching your assailant off guard. They stumble as your body weight pulls them forward, and you manage to twist and spin out of their grasp. They manage to catch themselves mid-fall. You squint in the darkness and recognize the silhouette. Feminine, and definitely not Adam. The voice is distinctly female. Aunt Ruth? What the hell was that for? Yup, it's your aunt, all right. I thought you were someone else. Who else would I be? No one else lives here, you stupid brat. Hey, it could have been worse. I could have bit you. She turns and you hear the deadbolt lock into place, followed by the rapid succession of 4 more clicks, coming soon after. When did she get all those extra locks? There was only one last time you checked. Aunt Ruth. Shush! Spittle flies from her lips, and she shushes you, and your mouth clamps shut with a resounding snap of your teeth. You watch as your aunt presses her ear against the door, quieting her breathing like she's afraid someone will overhear. There's only 2 possible reasons for this. Either the problematic neighbors are drawing penises on her flamingos again, or something really sketchy is going on. No pun intended. When Ruth finally pulls away from the door, she breathes a dramatic sigh of relief, Vola pressing her hand to her chest and thanking God, as if you're not standing there witnessing the whole debacle. Before you can comment on her erratic behavior, your aunt turns to you, with her arms crossed over her chest, clucking her tongue. Now tell me why you're here. When you don't answer fast enough for her liking, she sneers. What? Did your uncle demand you take something else from me? Sorry to disappoint the 2 of you, but I have nothing left to give. I'm not here because of him. I'm here because my living situation has gotten a bit complicated, and I need a place to stay where you're sorted out. Your aunt's eyes narrow, or at least you imagine they do, considering you can't see due to the distinct lack of lighting. But you know your aunt's change in expression due to the disturbance in the air, a slight shift in the winds. You've trained long and hard to read situations like this, guided by your guidey ancestors. Okay, Star Wars jokes aside, you just know her by now. Ah, so you're only visiting because you want something from me. Why am I not surprised? The comment irks you. Who are you delivering those guns for again? Certainly not yourself. That road trip from Hal is the entire reason you're in this mess with Adam in the first place. If you never crossed paths, and it's not like you want to room with her, but you've got nowhere else to go. Not when you discovered your worst fear a couple of hours earlier. You. Park Bend, Arizona, 9:15 a.m., aka 2 hours earlier. After repairing your shoulder and taking a quick power nap in front seat of your car, you find yourself sandwiched between booths at Briar's Bar and Grill, nursing a glass of water with an empty plate in front of you. You are drawn in by the warm smells of an advertisement of cheap food. Searching your car for pocket change, you manage to scrounge up just enough in order to get something decent and moderately filling. The way your jaw unhinged when you dug into your meal kind of scared the waiter off. He hasn't asked to refill your glass, and every time you glance over at him, he looks a little pale, opting to converse with other patrons instead. Not that you mind. As long as you're allowed to loiter while you come up with a plan, you don't mind the lack of service. Besides, after running into Adam and Saffron, conversing with normal people proves difficult. You struggled a bit before, which is why your inner circle of friends remains few and far between. And now, everyone is a potential threat, and in order to survive, you need to approach things carefully. This includes interacting with strangers. What you need is a friend or family member you can trust. Someone who can help you while you try to decide if you're going to keep your apartment or skip town. A temporary place of refuge. You make a mental list of potential prospects, crossing out those who live out of state or those whom you've lost contact with, eliminating almost everyone in the process. All except for one. Aunt Ruth comes to mind due to her sheer proximity and availability rather than the level of trust you share with her. But she's your best bet. Still, you can return home and put this entire thing behind you, thanks to the possibility of Adam losing interest. Maybe he thought you were an easy target, and you weren't, so maybe. A drunken shout draws your attention towards the front of the bar, where an older gentleman waves a busted TV remote in the air. Batteries! Get me goddamn batteries! I'm gonna miss the big game because of this stupid celebrity bull! His words slur together in a tangled mess. When the bartender ignores him, the man leans across the counter and tries yanking at the man's pants. The bartender rolls his eyes as he cleans a glass with the dish towel and simply steps away. We've been over this, Jamie. Please don't make me call the police on you again. The drunk man, or Jamie as the bartender calls him, slumps back in his seat and grumbles as he chucks the remote on the bar. He folds his arms over his chest like a spoiled child who just got told he couldn't have dessert before dinner. Your eyes glide up towards the TV to see what channel the TV is stuck on when your entire body goes rigid. Adam. Yes, this is about the cancelled show, right? On screen, the camera captures a close-up shot of Adam's signature purple hair and his iconic earring before finally landing on his face. He beams at the camera with the same exact smile he wore moments before he plunged the knife into your shoulder. A wolf in sheep's clothing. He really knows how to blend in, huh? Your nails dig into the meat of your thighs, wishing you could expose his true identity when the camera switches over to the interviewer, who already wears a smile of her own. She introduces herself as Lawrence de Taberno and exudes the practiced confidence that one can only develop after years of working with A-list celebrities. Today, we're here with Adam Gordon, composer and lead vocalist of Cake. She turns to him and straightens a stack of laminated cards on her knee. Now, Adam, I heard about an accident and wanted to make sure you can handle doing this interview. Don't worry about rescheduling, and just be honest with me. How are you feeling? Your stomach plummets as the mention of an accident. An interview from today. Sure enough, there's a slight bulge under his shirt, right above his hip bone. Clear-cut evidence he made his way off the highway, with the scars to prove it. Part of you wishes he'd bleed out on the asphalt, but you knew the blade didn't go deep enough to cause irreversible damage. You meant to maim, not kill, unlike a certain someone. And now, here that certain someone is, continuing on with his life while you're loitering at an 18 and up bar out of fear. What complete and utter bull! I'm great, Lawrence, and happy to be here. My injury is pretty shallow, and we're just taking extra precautions to ensure my recovery goes smoothly. I'll be up and running again in no time at all. He turns towards the camera, and you tense on reflex. It's as if He's looking straight at you with those sharp, introspective eyes. The smile he gives the camera becomes slow and mocking. After all, you can't get rid of me that easily. Lawrence gives a good-natured laugh, but the hairs on the back of your neck stand on end. To anyone else, he is a man determined to get back on his feet, but you know the comment was meant for you. It's his small way of saying he's not letting you go. Not by a long shot. You stare at the melting ice in your glass, trying to control your breathing as the interviewer presses her hand over her heart. I think I can speak for most of us when I say we're happy to hear that you have such a wonderful support system taking care of you. Now, you mentioned a while back that you and the members of Cake are pretty close. I assume they're part of your support system. Of course. They're like my brothers. They're my family. Same goes for my manager. Oh. Then, does he tell his found family about his cute hobby of disemboweling people? Do they go on brotherly bonding expeditions and laugh like the faces of their victims? Are all of the members of Cake just as messed up in their leader? Or better question yet, are they all looking for you, the lamb who managed to escape the slaughter? Panic rises in your throat. You pinch the bridge of your nose, close your eyes, and breathe deep as you hear the soft coos of the audience. You can't let him get the best of you. You'll get through this. And besides, what are the odds the rest of his hand members know and participate in what he does? The chances are slim. You're okay. You're safe. He's probably the only person looking for you right now, and he's busy on live TV. You're fine. You glare back up at the screen with newfound determination, and Lawrence smiles, his severe features softened by the expression. I can tell. You and... I'm sorry, what was your manager's name again? Saffron. Adam leans back in his seat, crossing one leg over the other, wearing the most radiant smile as he looks at the camera. Saffron Albrecht. Your heart stops for a moment. He did not just say Saffron. Not the same Saffron you ran into hours earlier. There's no goddamn way he found you that easily. But your gut tells you he did. And now, Saffron's card burns a hole in your pocket. Unable to ignore the facts any longer, you withdraw your wallet from your pocket with shaking fingers and pluck out the business card given to you hours earlier. Sure enough, embossed in white ink, Saffron's full name stares back at you. Saffron Albrecht. Saffron Albrecht, who worked with Adam's band. Saffron Albrecht, who licked your blood off his fingers like it was Gamer Girl bathwater. The same man who ran into you at the gas station, which is only a 10-minute drive from here. That Saffron Albrecht. He knows what your car looks like and the license plate number. He saw you get in it. He watched you drive away. You thought it was odd he didn't follow you. You were prepared for that because you thought he was just another creep. But now, you stand up so sharply, you almost knock your table over as you frantically scramble out of the booth. This is bad. Really bad. There's no doubt that your meeting with Saffron wasn't just a big coincidence. He was probably patrolling the entire area looking for you. And bada bing, he found you within 24 hours. You can only surmise one reason he didn't come after you. It's because he's saving you for Adam. And once Adam finds out what area you've hidden yourself in, he's going to come for you. And not the sexy kind of come either. You need to leave and get your aunts now. You almost steamroll past the waiter, carrying a large platter, and apologize over your shoulder as you hurry out the front doors. A voice calls out to you, but you ignore it, too occupied with getting the hell out of Dodge. The Arizona heat almost knocks you off your feet for the second time today, but you power through as you race towards your car and hop inside. The waiter who called after you is frantically weaving his hands over his head. You rev the engine and peel out of the parking lot, not even paying attention to the waiter or what he holds in his hand. Let me guess, did we drop our wallet or something? Or our phone? Current time. Wait, no, I just thought it can't be our phone. Adam smashed it. Part Bend, Arizona. Go home. I'm not here to run a charity case. Aunt Ruth's harsh words snap you out of your flashback. They're clipped, leaving zero room for debate as she rifles through a nearby cupboard. There's a bunch of liquor inside, vodka, rum, moonshine even. A good portion of them are half drained, and your aunt scratches her head, muttering to herself. When she notices you watching, she slams the cupboard shut. Go on, leave! I already told you, you're not welcome here, now get! From the set of her jaw to the outward jut of her hip, you can tell she's 2 seconds away from going off. She's a stubborn woman with southern grit and a nasty attitude to boot. But if there's one thing you know about her, it's her weakness for free manual labor. The entire reason she claimed to have married your uncle was because he took over the housework and paid the bills. A bona fide user, but you need to barter with her for a safe place to stay. Your eyes drift upwards towards the sink, clustered with grimy dishes and cups filled with souring milk. They tower like a fragile stack of cards, ready to blow. You pick up a fork with dried flecks of something on the tines and wave it around. I'll take care of any and all chores if you let me stay. Her lips twist like she's just sucked on a moldy lemon. But her jaw loosens and her initial stubbornness recedes. And grocery runs? Done and done. She hesitates, but clearly it's just for show, because she wants you to think she's doing you the world's biggest favor. Then, fine, but if you slack off, I'll bill your ass out back where little old Lavine sleeps. Laverne's a cactus. She's talking about a cactus. You won't be a problem. Aunt Ruth glances at her cabinet, filled with the devil's juice, a codename she and your uncle called their liquor, in front of you when you were a child. When you asked for some at the tender age of 9, your uncle gave you normal juice instead and tinged it with red food coloring. Then, your aunt threw a fit after she found out he gave you the last cup. Her temper tantrum lasted for 4 days. Yeah, an adult woman rampaging about juice. There's a reason your uncle's your favorite relative, despite not being blood related to you. Aunt Ruth opens the cupboard once more. While she's busy, you replace your fork with a sharp knife and hide it in your pants despite the fact it's dirty. Better to be prepared if you're going out again. Then make yourself useful and get me a carton of orange juice for my vodka and 3 scratch tickets, the $5 ones. She locates her purse and hands you 2 crumpled $20 bills. Oh, I was half expecting you to make me pay for it. If there's anything left over, get some paper plates. You got it. You're about to reach for the door, but quick as a whip, she's already ahead of you and unlatching all the locks. You don't even have time to think as you're ushered outside and tossed onto the porch. The door slams behind you, followed by locks snapping into place. You look at the money in your hands and reach for your back pocket where your wallet should be. Only, it's not there. You search your car next, underneath your seats, in the center console, as well as the glove compartment box. Not there either. Then, you remember the waiter calling after you, trying to draw your attention. Now you understand why. You left your wallet at the bar. Crap! Him. Part Bend, Arizona. Well, that's kind of inconvenient for us. Adam enters Briar's Bar and Grill with slumped shoulders and the aura of a man who just lost everything. He pulls his baseball cap down to shield his eyes as he takes a seat at the bar before waving the bartender over. What can I get you? Adam makes sure his voice cracks a little around the edges as he answers. Bourbon, on the rocks, please. He lets out a pathetic sniff while the bartender pours out a glass. He works with practiced efficiency, but Adam can sense the man's growing curiosity and concern over his behavior by certain clues in his body language. Like the way the bartender chews his lip as if he's debating on asking if Adam's alright. Or the way he places Adam's drink of choice in front of him, soft and polite, as if he's afraid of startling a deer. He's a natural empath, and one that can easily be exploited for information. Perfect. Is there anything else I can get you? Adam solemnly shakes his head. No, I'm fine. Thank you, though. He keeps his voice soft and quiet as he rubs away the condensation on the lip of the glass. He forces himself to keep a straight face as the man shifts from foot to foot. It's almost too easy. Then, as predicted, Hey, are you alright, man? Adam swallows thickly as he can feel the man growing more and more worried. He's got his attention. This is perfect. Just got a lot going on. I'm sorry. He sighs and pushes away the drink. I don't even feel like drinking this. I'm just a mess right now. The man hesitates, but puts Adam's bourbon off to the side and braces crossed arms against the countertop as he leans forward. Adam scrubs a hand down his face to hide his smirk. He really should try out for acting one of these days. He's too good at it. After he finds you and slits your pretty little throat, he'll bring up the idea to Saffron. Knowing Saffron and his desire for the band to reach grander heights, he's almost certain he'll agree. But first things first, he needs to weasel some information out of this guy. You can talk about it if you want. I'll listen. Adam shakes his head, face still covered. It's so hard not to laugh. Why are these people so easy? He clears his throat of laughter, although the bartender will think otherwise. I don't want to bother you. I've already done enough today. No, it's okay. That's what bartenders are here for, yeah? He's so sweet and sincere, Adam could puke. But instead, Adam just lowers his hand and lets out a deep shuddering breath. It's silly, but I got into a fight with my significant other. It started off as a light argument, but they were frustrated over something I said and I responded negatively because I didn't think it was that bad. Adam sniffs again. Then it spiraled from there and they ran out of the house. I've spent hours looking for them, but I don't know where they've been up to and they won't answer their phone. I'm so scared they got hurt. The bartender grows solemn. Well, maybe I can keep an eye out and tell them you were looking for them. What do they look like? Adam whips out his phone and shows him a picture of you. It's one he grabbed off your social media and saved for this exact purpose, photoshopping the two of you together in order to feed into his story. You know, I was half expecting him to show us the picture that he took of us as he stabbed us. Like maybe just cropped in or something. The bartender takes Adam's phone and scratches the back of his head. Oh, yeah, actually, they were here a couple of hours ago. Adam perks up. Really? And they're okay? They're not hurt? The man gives Adam his phone back. No, they seemed a bit jittery and left their wallet behind. He pats the back of his pocket for emphasis. I picked it up and tried calling after them, but they seemed like they were in a hurry. I'm keeping it on hand in case they come back looking for it. Adam looks down at your photo, with faint fondness. I'm so glad. Thank you so much. Maybe they're still near here. Sorry I couldn't help more. Adam allows a few fake tears to slip from his eyes, and he rubs them away with his thumb and forefinger. As if on cue, the bartender rounds the counter and soothes Adam with a comforting pat on the back. A more comforting presence to some, but to Adam it's annoying, pathetic. Still, he has given him the perfect opportunity, and what kind of man would Adam be if he didn't take it? He stands up and hugs the bartender, who stiffens in surprise at this sudden gesture. Adam gives the man a hard squeeze around the shoulders, playing up his gratefulness in order to distract him from where his other hand travels. His fingertips brush the top of your wallet, and without hesitation, he slips it out and into his own back pocket. This happens within a matter of seconds. The bartender doesn't even notice, nor does anyone else. Huh, sneaky. He's got what he wanted, plus more. Now, it's time for him to leave before he overstays his welcome. He withdraws a decent-sized tip and places it on the counter. Thank you, again, really? Before the bartender can even respond, his eyes going wide at the amount of money, Adam's already out the door and heading back to his car. He inspects your wallet a few minutes later, away from prying eyes at the rest stop. Adam smirks to himself as he draws it out with relish. Who would have known you would have been this careless? As someone who's evaded him so long, you keep making mistake after mistake. It's really sad. He hums to himself, tapping the corner of your wallet to his lips, while grinning. Damn! He wishes he could see the expression on your face when you return to the bar and find out someone was looking for you. You're smart enough to draw your own conclusions from his trail of breadcrumbs. He licks his lips, delighted at the pleasurable thought of you trembling in fear like a lost little lamb cornered by a big, nasty wolf. When the bartender tells you, will you die on the spot right then and there? Or will you wait for him to show his face first before succumbing to the realization that he is inescapable? He hopes it's the latter. Adam can't wait for the chance to finally break you. But he needs to find you in order to do so. He looks back down at your wallet and traces the faux black leather with his thumb, noting the worn inside and distinct smell of you. It's almost too much, the way you flood his senses with your cloying sweet scent. So he breathes through his mouth and focuses on sorting instead. Adam gets a sense of who you are as he rifles through your reward cards, studies your driver's license, and counts each coin down to the last penny. He gleans superficial facts about you, things easy to spot even without your wallet, and put them aside for a rainy day. Next are your crumpled up receipts. He scours through them. They range from small purchases to much larger grocery runs. None of them are relevant. He glosses through each of them with learned efficiency until he lands on the last one. It belongs to a gas station that's quite out of the way from your residential area. The date is from yesterday, early in the morning, and quite a few hours before you pulled over to help him, thinking he was a hitchhiker. He doesn't know why you drove down that deserted highway. He never needed to ask why people did the things they did before he killed them, because they never escaped. Not until you. But these are the most important questions, because they're possibly a clue to where you're hiding. For what reason did you go into the outskirts of Park Bend? And why do so before making what he assumed was a long trip? He searches the other receipts for possible answers, but there is none. Adam leans back in his seat, pondering over loose theories, none of which hold any merit. Then it hits him. You were visiting someone. Maybe a friend or a relative or a lover. It doesn't matter why you visited them, but the possibility that you did, as well as the possibility that you were hiding out at their place, could lead him back to you. It would explain the lack of receipts. And there's no other reason for you to visit. Any groceries would sit in a blistering hot car for hours, and he doubts you visit a restaurant. No, you visited someone. But who? That's a question he can't solve on his own, not without help. He flips open his phone and calls Saffron. I need you to do something for me. Back to you. You sit outside in your idling car while beating yourself up for a solid 10 minutes. Mistakes were made, one piled on top of another and crushing you under their weight. The biggest being the fact that you agreed to drop off those stupid guns. You should have played sick and let your phone drift to voicemail, because when your family calls, it's never for anything good. You want to bang your head against the dashboard until you pass out. Of course, you left your wallet because of course everything that can go wrong will. You're so goddamn tired of this, of the games, of hiding, of panicking, of not knowing what to do. Adam should be the one who's afraid, not you. Not when he's the one who has everything left to lose, while you have nothing. But he's after your life, and while that's crappy at times, you're kind of attached to it. Going out once for grocery runs wouldn't be so bad if you could just order future stuff online. But losing your license and debit card means you'll have to wait. And the last time you tried replacing your debit card, it got lost in the mail and you were forced to wait 2 extra weeks. The delivery service sucks here. So, more than likely, it's gonna happen a second time around, which leaves you with 2 options. Either go back to the bar, risk running into Mr. Relentless, but minimize the need to go outside as frequently, or hope the delivery guy don't fail you and risk going out to get groceries for the next few weeks. Neither option is great, but going to the bar makes for one big risk while the other makes for multiple. The choice is obvious. You have to return to the bar. You look at the cash your aunt handed you, wishing she used debit cards instead, but the woman refuses to expose herself to the online feds and works under the table. Everything comes either in crisp dollar bills or nothing at all. She always errs on the side of caution, but in all honesty, maybe you should take a few notes from her book, especially with Adam on your tail. But you at least have something you didn't have last time. The sharp knife glints in the passenger seat. Sure, it's grimy, but you at least can defend yourself rather than being defenseless. You mentally prepare yourself from the drive over. There's no telling if you'll have to use it. Aunt Ruth. Park Bend, Arizona. Ruth stands beside her bed, looking down at an old photograph from before she ever got married. The one which she finds in front of her old church the day after her high school graduation. Here, she's younger, prettier, hopeful for the future, a sharp contrast to the woman reflected in the glass, her eyes tired from battling nightmares and skin wrinkled from age. How would her younger self feel, seeing her now? Probably ashamed and disgusted. She knows herself well enough to see that much. Back in those days, everything was sorted into neat little boxes, and anything that stood outside of it was a menace to society. And those ideals matched that of her friends perfectly. Let me guess. This is going to be somehow connected to Adam's mother. What if that's Adam's mother in the center? So much of that her mother used to tease the 6 of them about being a hive mind. She's also the one that took this photo, catching Ruth and her friends mid-laughter, with their matching cotton dresses of alternating teals and pinks. How many years has it been since then? She's lost count. It's hard to keep track of months and days and years when they all bleed together in one monotonous heap. Her ex-husband was the reason she was able to keep track of time, and now he's gone, taking all of her precious guns with him. Did he know the real reason why she slept with a knife under her pillow and a revolver in her nightstand? Did he take them out of spite? Or is he really that thick-headed? She'll never know. Ruth places the photo back into her drawer for safekeeping and places a frame face down before slamming the drawer shut. She doesn't want anyone to lay eyes on her one treasure. The rest of the photographs she had gotten lost after we moved
from state to state. Now is all she has left of. There's a crash, and Ruth screams while slapping her hand over her mouth. What was that? Her gaze skates over to the source of the crash, and she watches. A large hand grips the ledge of the window. Oh no! No, 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 no! Did they find her? The same person that got Alice and Grady and Chelsea? Yet, who else could it be? There's no one else who would do this. No one else she's feared for all this time. But how did they find her? She's always been careful, never leaving too many traces of herself online and moving when she needs to. How are they here? Then it clicks. You must have brought them here. You stupid little... There's a crunch of boots and a soft huff of breath as someone falls in with a head full of dark blue hair. Ruth watches with horror as a figure drops to the floor with practiced ease and rises from the ground like Lucifer himself rising from hell. The intruder wipes the sweat of his forehead, giving a soft little huff of breath from the effort of breaking in. It's so nonchalant, like he's used to getting away with this sort of thing without facing any repercussions. His roots her to the ground, her body frozen in place. Move! Move! Her breathing comes in steady pants. She can't bring herself to even wiggle a pinky finger. She's so scared. Why is she so weak? She's always been so weak. Back then with her, and now with this man who poses a threat to her life. And oh God, help her. The man takes his time facing Ruth as she peels off his blue wig and cap, tossing them both to the ground with relish. He groans as he raises his head, massaging his scalp underneath the tangled mess of purple hair. His cross earring glints in the light, capturing Ruth's full attention. Wait a moment. Why does he have that? She knows that earring, but she hasn't seen it since the unfortunate news about Clarissa came out, and back then it wasn't an earring. In fact, it was a pendant that belonged on a necklace, a gift she gave to Clarissa for her birthday so many odd years ago. So, where did he get it?
Now that's much better.
The man groans, and Ruth stiffens at the melodic nature of his voice. It's almost eerie how similar he sounds. Just a more masculine version of her. And those eyes. Ruth's hands fly to her mouth, and she tries covering her shock. You're...
Not who I'm looking for.
His boots crunch under the broken glass as he covers the distance between them. She shrinks back. Please don't hurt me. The intruder slowly lifts his arm so she can see the hilt of a blade tucked at his side. He smirks the way she shrinks back, reveling in the effect he has on her. He's sick, twisted. Ruth backs up again, against her nightstand. Her fingertips drift towards the handle of the drawer, and she works on inching it outward. What do you want from me? Don't you see I have nothing to give?
I'd beg to differ, but I'm not the begging sort.
His eyes wander over to where she's inching the drawer open.
What do you have in there?
I don't... She yanks the drawer open, and her fingers brush metal before Adam yanks her hand away by the wrist. Ruth shrieks as he towers over her.
You're not supposed to play with guns. You're dangerous, you know,
he says, flicking his free hand towards the revolver.
And you wouldn't accidentally want to hurt me, would you?
Ruth's bottom lip trembles. She can't bring herself to answer, and the intruder rolls his eyes before they land on the picture hidden in her nightstand.
Oh, what's this?
He tries to grab her treasure, and Ruth's brain regains connectivity, grabbing his arm before he can. Don't touch that! There's venom in her voice, surprising both her and the intruder. The man actually cracks an annoyed smile.
I see the family resemblance now. Turns out, you've got a bit of a, vinegar in you as well. And honestly, it's really goddamn annoying.
He rips Ruth's hand off his arm, sending her tumbling onto her bed. Before she can make another attempt to stop him, the man picks up the group photo with a defiant smirk. Ruth knows when he spots her because her entire body goes rigid, eyes snapping wide open, like blinds on a window. He mouths a single word, and just like that, Ruth's suspicions are confirmed. She never knew what happened to him. She didn't even recognize him at first because he'd grown so much and changed everything about himself. But now, I'm sure you don't remember me, Adam, but Adam's face goes stone cold, and the heat in the room drops 20 degrees, chilling Ruth to the bone. He grips the frame so hard, the wood cracks from the pressure.
Well, isn't this interesting?
He looks down at her. The hatred in his eyes is absolute. If he didn't want to kill her before, she's almost certain he does now. There's no reason he wouldn't at this point. They both know what she's done, the grief she caused, and all of them caused. Now, her karma has returned tenfold. She's going to die. She knows it. Ruth scrambles backwards on the bed before she hits the wall as he withdraws his knife. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Adam cocks his head, his grip on the hilt white-knuckled.
No, you aren't.
Ruth screams as the steel descends on her, causing a few lazy crows resting on her back lawn to go shooting up towards the greying skies. Monsoon season sure picks one hell of a time to pop off. Torrential rain starts pouring down and soaking through your t-shirt, pants, and worst offender of all, your socks, as you make your way into the bar. Your stomach growls the fresh warm scent of food, and you crave both something to eat and a fresh change of clothes. But that'll have to wait until you get back to your aunt's trailer. Not to mention cleaning the massive stack of dishes if you want any utensils. You're pretty sure something in that sink winked at you. Maybe you can sneak a purchase for some cheap rubber gloves from Dollar Street on your way back. A woman bustles past you and stomps on your foot as you try to make your way towards the waitress. Damn, that smarts! Did she stab your big toe with a 4-inch pump on purpose? By the way, she's smirking while texting on her phone. Sure says as much. What the heck was that for? Don't get in line. You scowl, resisting the urge to pull an Adam by chucking her phone into the fish tank sitting nearby. But the fish didn't do anything wrong. You instead turn away and head towards the front, tossing a brief explanation over your shoulder. Not that you owe her one. I'm just here to get my wallet. I'm not waiting for a table. She grabs your arm, pulling you back, snarling. Hey, I said wait your turn. The action reminds you of him, and something inside of you snaps under the weight of it. Her next words die on her lips as you turn to face the woman in red, filled with so much audacity. Her hand drops limply at her side. When you move towards her, she holds her hand up, and you realize it's not your face she's afraid of. She's staring at your side, where the kitchen knife rests. Ah, that makes a lot more sense. Well, it works well enough for you, as long as she doesn't start complaining to staff. You don't really need the added trouble of getting pulled into a police station. You've got enough to worry about. I'm not here to cause trouble. I just forgot something, so can you leave me alone? The woman nods, swallowing hard while she takes a step back. A few people behind her grow curious and peer over her shoulder. Great. Gotta love the scene she's causing, giving you yet another reason to hurry and get the hell out of here. When you make it past the crowd, you manage to catch one of the waitress's attention while she bustles from table to table by tapping her on the shoulder. Excuse me, but has anyone here found a wallet? The waitress jabs her thumb towards the bar, chewing loudly on her gum. Thomas mentioned something about finding one earlier. Oh, thanks. She waves you off, as she continues on to the next table while you head towards a man dipped from head to toe into tattooing. As you approach, you overhear him making jokes with the middle-aged patron, who pats on his pot belly.
Jesse says dad bods are all the rage these days.
The tattooed man, Thomas, chuckles as he pours the patron a drink and slides it over with well-practiced aim.
They're not wrong, you know. I'm sure you'll find someone who appreciates you for you. Just do yourself a solid and delete Winder.
That coming from personal experience?
Heard about it from friends, actually. I'm not really into dating or hookup scenes, so all my horror stories come from them.
The patron nods in understanding. Here's to that. Winder is dog crap. Thomas chuckles again, but stops once you step up to the bar. He gives you a once-over. His brow wrinkles, lips pursing.
Have I seen you before?
Maybe from earlier. I accidentally left my wallet behind and heard you found one. Thomas snaps his fingers, finally placing you.
Right! I tried chasing after you, but you left in such a rush, I didn't manage to return it in time.
The patron takes one large swig of his drink before he stands up from the bar and nods towards Thomas. He pushes a crisp $20 bill his way. I guess that's my cue. Thomas holds a finger up.
You've had a few. Is Jesse on their way to pick you up?
The patron rolls his eyes and waves Thomas off. Yeah, they're already parked outside. Thomas nods his approval, and the patron gives both of you and Thomas a two-finger salute before making his exit. Thomas pats at the now empty space in front of him.
Feel free to sit. Can I get you anything?
No, that's okay. I just came to get my wallet.
Don't want to chat with old Roy, eh? I'm a bit offended.
His smile says he's not the least bit offended. You like him almost immediately, but you're also still in a hurry to get in and out just in case Adam somehow figures out where you're here. I'm in a bit of a rush. Maybe next time?
Pinky promise?
He says it and actually sticks out his pinky. You laugh, and God, it's been so long since you've laughed, as you hook your pinky with his. Here's a deal. Thomas grins all boyish sincerity before drawing away and wiping down the other patron's glass.
Glad to hear it. So, out of curiosity, did you and your boo make up?
Your what now? My boo?
You know, your man, your partner, your lover.
Your mood shifts from soft vibrant yellow, glowing and happy, to uncertain purple tinged with fear. What he says makes no sense. I don't...
He came in here earlier, looking for you. Said you two got into a fight and you ran off. He was really worried, you know. Afraid you got hurt or something. There's no doubt in my mind that man loves you.
You squint your eyes closed, as if it'll stop his words. There's only one man searching for you, and he wants you dead. Adam. But how did he come in here without people noticing? He couldn't have unless... Oh, that little crap. He disguised himself, didn't he? Talk about being a chameleon, changing shape and personalities to suit his environment.
You probably already know that, though.
You give a non-committal smile. Something like that. Thomas accepts this answer as he reaches into his back pocket. He frowns.
Strange. We got busy earlier, so I just kept your wallet on hand. Did I drop it by accident?
He lost it. No. Wait. If Adam was here, he'd probably manage to get his grubby little hands on your property somehow. Which is bad. Because knowing him, he's going to figure out a way to locate where you're staying. You don't know how, but your sixth sense is tingling.
I'm so sorry, I swear
The phone behind him rings, and he holds up a finger, mouthing another apology before he answers.
Hello, Thomas from Briar's Bar and Grill speaking. How may I help you?
There's a pause, and Thomas rubs the back of his neck, and he turns towards you. He mouths.
Your boyfriend's on the phone. He knows you're here.
Is he calling from outside, waiting for you to come out? Come out wherever you are. He is the type to turn his entire charade into a game. Thomas covers the receiver.
You should really talk to him.
Yeah, because talking will solve the bad blood going on between you and Adam. He wants to impale you on the tail end of a knife. But Thomas doesn't know that. Fine, let me talk to him. You motion for the phone, and Thomas hands it over with a smile. Oh, this poor, sweet, naive man. Adam tricked him too, just like everyone else. Your words are cutting as you answer, wanting to get the first word in edgewise, before you hear his stupid voice. Hello, honey. You hear sniffling and the soft, quiet sobs of a woman. It's not what you were expecting. Hello? You can hear Adam speaking in the background to someone. When the crying woman speaks, horror floods you like a broken dam. That's... Help me! You grip the receiver so tight, you almost break it. Thomas mouths.
Is everything okay?
You wave him off, trying to appear more calm than you feel. How did he get to Ruth? How did he find her? How did he... Adam comes onto the line, unnervingly chipper.
Hear that? She's begging for your help. Won't you come and help her?
Let her go. There's more shuffling of your poor aunt's sobs get louder, and you can hear her begging for Adam to put his knife away. You grind your teeth so hard, you almost break one. How dare he? How dare he go for your family? When you get your hands on him, you'll go straight for the throat.
You know, I didn't think looking for you would lead me to this crab stain. But as it turns out, maybe fate does in fact exist. Who would have thought? I guess I'll have to reassess my beliefs.
This is between me and you. You goddamn ass! Leave other people out of this.
Oh, touchy touchy. You're getting all worked up. And here I am being nice enough to put your dear aunt on the phone. I'd say I'm being quite generous, given the circumstances.
What circumstances? Are you talking about stalking me to the ends of the earth? Because if I didn't know any better, I'd say you're a bit obsessed with me. Careful, Adam, or I'll start thinking you've got an unrequited crush. The words come out scathing, sharp as a kitchen knife hidden in your pants, and Adam goes silent on the other end. There's a sharp cry, and Adam responds with venom.
Ever suggest something like that again, and I'll start chopping off parts of her body.
You bite your lip to keep from saying anything else. It's one thing if it's between you and him, but another when your aunt's involved. She may not be your favorite person, but you still don't want to see her hurt. What do you want from me, Adam?
You know what I want.
You hate him. God, you hate him. You wish a stray bolt of thunder would blast him out of this existence and isekai his sorry butt into a world of pain and suffering. Fine, just leave Ruth out of this.
Oh, acting so brave. It's kind of cute the way you try puffing yourself up a bit bigger, when in reality, you're just a scared little kitten. Are you going to scratch me with those little claws of yours?
He's baiting you. Anything you say will give him room to hurt Ruth, and knowing him, he'll blame it on your behavior rather than his own sadistic tendencies. You keep your mouth shut.
What? Cat got your tongue?
When you still don't answer, he turns mocking.
Hello? Hello? Are you still there? If you don't answer within the next minute, I'll drill a hole in your beloved aunt's head.
I don't get you.
What was that? You're kind of quiet.
I said, I don't get you. Your hand slams against the countertop, and Thomas jumps from where he's standing, halting the conversation between him and a new patron. Lovers' quarrel, you explain to the patron and Thomas, who stare at you with concern. Back to Adam, you lower your voice a few octaves. I didn't even go to the police. I've left you well enough alone. Why can't you return the damn favor?
Because you're a stain on this world, just like this aunt of yours.
What do you even know about me? I've done nothing to you.
I know enough. Now, I'd suggest you refrain yourself from throwing another tantrum, or I'll make do on my promise. You do as I say, I'll let your aunt live.
You mean live long enough for her to watch as you slit my throat? Adam chuckles tartly.
Either way, she gets to live another minute. If you don't comply, I'll kill her here and now. Not to mention, I've got eyes on that bar. They'll track you wherever you go. Now, you'll be good and come back to me, won't you?
You close your eyes, trying not to have a mental breakdown. You're trapped like a rat in a cage. And if you even try telling Thomas to call for help, he's going to kill Aunt Ruth the second you open your mouth. There's only one available option. You have to face him again. Your literal worst nightmare. Fine. Where do you want to meet?
Do I really need to spell it out for you?
The trailer. Adam gives a slow clap, sarcasm dripping in his tone.
Congratulations! You put 2 and 2 together! Now hurry up, or she'll pay the consequences.
Your aunt screams, and then the line goes dead, with you standing in place trying to keep from hurling, the tang of bile in the back of your throat, both strong and acidic. Your thoughts spiral out of control, in a vicious tornado, tearing through common sense and destroying your sanity by the minute. Adam's resorted to using your own family as a bargaining chip in order to get what he wants. He's got Aunt Ruth. He's got Aunt Ruth. And it's all your fault. It doesn't matter how you feel about her. This is your fight, and now she's been drugged into the middle of this sick and twisted game Adam is playing. You couldn't forgive yourself if she died because of you. You have to save her. You have to. A hand touches your shoulder, and you jump like you were shocked with a live wire. You whip around to find Thomas staring at you with growing concern.
Everything okay? You seem agitated.
Yeah, I just gotta head home. We've got some stuff to sort out. You know, couple stuff and all that. You can hear the tremor in your voice, but Thomas doesn't seem to notice. He just nods sagely.
I wish you the best of luck. Fights with loved ones are hard, but they turn out okay, no matter the end result.
He gives your shoulder a reassuring squeeze, as if to emphasize his point. Yeah, thanks for the help and advice. You hope he's right, because things are going to get dicey in the next half hour, and you really don't know if you're going to make it out of this alive. Outside, you find the storms amplified tenfold. Debris picks up and flies through the air. Trees bend and almost break at the force of the winds. The weather matches how you're feeling right now as you sprint across the parking lot of your car. To your left, you can see headlights of a small, repaired truck blasting your car with windshield wipers, wiping back and forth. When you get into the driver's seat and head straight for the highway, it pulls out after you and begins its pursuit. You try weaving in and out of pursuit, anything to shake them off. But no matter how hard you try, they always remain two tail lengths behind. It's not until the midway point they start tailgating you. You assume this is what Adam meant when he said he had eyes on the bar. Whoever's in that car is his informant. The damned stalker! Did they call Adam as soon as you showed up? You're betting they did. How else would Adam know to call there? He knew what you were going to do before you did it. He's playing a game of chess, and now he's getting closer to winning this nasty-ass game of his thanks to his helper. Your eyes go back to the referee truck. And as soon as you stop, you peer into your rearview mirror to see if you can sneak a peek at the driver. You catch a flash of familiar white hair. As if sensing your eyes on him, Adam's informant waves. Saffron, these two monsters! You're half tempted to go into reverse and ram your bumper into the grill of his truck, your hand hovering over the gear stick, fingers twitching at the idea. No, you can't. You wrench your hand away and force it back on the steering wheel. If anything goes down, he'll tell Adam. And then, your aunt's blood will be on your hands. You need to stay compliant, because now there's more than one life at stake here. Yours and hers. You need to play things carefully. It's your best shot at making it out of this alive and without bringing any more harm to your family. You take a deep shuddering breath. Stay calm, stay collected, and try to stay safe. The rest of the drive feels long and torturous as you force down your hectic thoughts. Thunder booms in the skies while the wind tugs at your car, and your heart thuds well over the speed limit. When you finally reach the trailer park, everyone's lights are off, either asleep or out drinking. You pull up in front of your aunt's mobile home and step out as the reefer truck stops behind you. They keep their lights on, illuminating your way as you walk up the steps. You hesitate before knocking. There's a pause. Your breathing almost seems as loud as the rain. What awaits you behind this door? What have you come to find? When there's no response over a minute, you almost consider knocking again. Then, the locks start clicking. Click. He's in there. Click. Where will you run? Click. He's going to kill you this time. Click. Death is here. Your time is up. You'll test the doorknob as soon as you hear the last click. Inside, the lights are off. Glass crunches under your soles, off your shoes. With each step you feel like you're suffocating. He's here. He's here in this same room. Waiting. Watching. You can feel his presence in the dark, lurking like a monster sizing up its prey. Why isn't he saying or doing anything? Usually, he can't shut up because he loves hearing himself talk so much. At least, from how he presented himself on that highway so long ago. You swallow the lump in your throat and dare to speak. I've done what you asked. I'm here. I'm the one you want. Now let my aunt go. You wait. Nothing but silence. You try peering through the darkness, searching for his silhouette, but everything blends together in odd shapes. You reach out for what you think could be him, but your hands land on the messy dishes from earlier. Where the heck is he? Your hand goes to your hip, waiting for him to tackle you to the ground, like he did last time. Adam? You take a step back, wondering how he's managed to conceal himself in such a small space. Is he going to springboard out from under the table like a toy jack-in-the-box? You wouldn't put it past him. You get ready to check under the table, just in case, and turn towards it. Something brushes your ankle, and you yelp, taking a few steps back. Lightning flashes, allowing light to appear through the broken window. You realize that's where the glass came from. And as for what's near your ankles, you scream at the same time. Thunder booms in the sky, lightning illuminating the room once more. Your aunt lays motionless on the ground with her body covered in blood that soaks through the brown carpet. And above her stands Adam. He holds on to one of her arms, while the other goes to scrub the streak of blood off of his face. He finally speaks. His words drip with poison, wrapped in velvet. Well, well, well. He steps over Ruth's body and drops her hand, his pace slow and dangerous, like a hunter on the prowl. You take a step back, but he hits something in the process and tumble onto the floor. You stare up at Adam's wide frame in horror as he traces a hand along the curved edge of his knife. He then bends down to your level and tips your trim up with the point of his blade. His forever cool smile returns as he continues.
It looks like I finally found you, my elusive little pest. I say we risk it and just try to stab him. Chapter 2. Saffron. Briar's Bar and Grill earlier. Saffron taps his fingers along the edge of the steering wheel as he watches you disappear into the bar, your body illuminated by lightning as it pulses through the sky. Idly, he brings his thumb to his mouth and licks. He can still taste your blood from earlier today, fresh and sweet like cotton candy. A sharp contrast to your guarded personality. He marvels at how much a person's taste can differ from how they present themselves to the world. Those who act soft and sweet often have a rancid aftertaste, or those who parade around with vibrant personalities often end up being bland in flavor. But you... He winces as his teeth accidentally tears through skin and he draws his thumb away from his mouth, studying the pearl of blood forming at his open wound. Ah! He got carried away again. He licks it away with a quick swipe of his tongue, trying to ignore the vomit-inducing taste. Well, we've discovered that you're one of the ones with the rancid aftertaste then. Enough of this longing. Soon, he'll have vials of your blood to mix with his liquor, plenty to drink and savor for years to come, if he preserves them long enough. Not to mention the delicious meat he'll pair it with. Wait, you're planning on eating me as well? I was assuming you were just part vampire, but nope. It seems like we've got an entire Hannibal Lecter on our hands. He just needs to remain patient. Saffron busies himself by looking at his phone and going over Cake's schedule. He's shuffled around a lot due to Adam's unforeseen injury, which leaves most of their week open. Perfect, considering the amount of cleanup this will take. Adam informed him of your aunt being a probable casualty, but since she's such a recluse, it's unlikely anyone will notice her missing for quite some time. They can make a few payments here and bribes there in order to keep suspicion off of them. Still, it would have been so much easier had Adam done what he set out to do earlier. Everything was planned accordingly, not a flaw in place. So, what happened out there that allowed you to escape? Wait, Adam didn't tell you? He may have got rather flustered after I kissed him. Yesterday evening, Dower Hotel. Saffron steps into the hotel's elevator and presses a button for the main floor, adjusting the cuffs of his button-down shirt as he waits for the doors to close. Damn! No matter how many times he gets his clothes tailored, they never seem to fit just right. It's not like he's hit a growth spurt. He is far beyond his prepubescent years, where changing height and lengthening limbs were a problem. No, it's another matter entirely. Saffron sighs and forces himself to stop fiddling with his attire, accepting defeat yet again, when a young man with short cropped hair joins him. He smells faintly of lavender and honeysuckle. Yesterday was rosemary and mint. He glances at the man's hands, slight hints of dirt caked underneath his cuticles, nails cut to the quick. Saffron smiles as his finger hovers above the elevator buttons. Floor? The man offers up a quiet, subdued smile, of his own, mouse-like in nature. Lobby, please. Same as me, then. He says and hits the button. That, in itself, is a lie. He has nowhere to go, at least not until he is to retrieve Adam and help dispose of the body. No, he's here, for him. The cute and timid gardener boy who stares at the ground wherever he goes, even on his way to the little florist shop he works at a few blocks down. Saffron bought a bouquet of meaningless daffodils in order to engage in even a slight conversation with the young man. And what he discovered underneath that demure, soft-spoken act was an inquisitive mind. Well, I think we found Saffron's obsession. Are you planning on eating him as well? One that Saffron was ravenous to get to know on a deeper level. Saffron turns towards the young man,
about to engage in polite conversation when his cell phone begins to ring, classical music flooding the small space. He smiles at the young man.
Please, excuse me.
The young man holds up his hands, and Saffron catches the side of a band-aid wrapped around his thumb.
Oh, no, you're fine. Don't mind me.
So considerate. Saffron has to dig his nails into his phone to keep his composure. Patient, Saffron. You'll scare him off. He's made that mistake many times before, acting overeager and asking them to dine with him only for them to stand him up. But he's learned and adapted, and soon he'll have this man on his silver platter. He'll make sure of it.
I'm assuming you mean quite literally.
Saffron answers the call with a firm
hello.
There's heavy breathing on the other end, followed by a curse and a grunt.
Damn!
Saffron frowns, worry zipping through him in an instant, but he forces himself to remain composed. Playing the part of concerned parent will only serve to aggravate Adam.
What happened?
Adam hisses through his teeth, and Saffron hears the sounds of heavy footsteps.
They got away!
Saffron blanches until the words register.
They... what?
Did he hear him right? But no one's escaped Adam. No one. So, how? Adam answers, as if knowing exactly what's on Saffron's mind.
They managed to catch me off guard before stabbing me with my own goddamn knife. Then they got in their car and sped off.
Another grunt. Then, under his breath,
I'm going to goddamn kill them!
Saffron rubs his bridge of his nose as the elevator dings and the doors open, signaling they've reached the lobby. The young blonde steps out without a moment's hesitation, and any chance of Saffron had for inviting him out to dinner is now ruined. He really hoped that today was the day. But until they take care of you, he'll need to take a rain check.
Alright, I'm coming to pick you up. Stay where you are.
Adam doesn't answer, and instead hangs up. A moment later, Saffron gets a text for Adam's coordinates. He is about a mile off from where he dropped him off last. Saffron pockets his phone and locates the rental car before hopping in and setting off for Adam's location. He'd better be okay. Yesterday, abandoned highway. Saffron finds Adam crouched down near the side of the road, using his turtleneck to soak up the blood pouring from his wound. The same one you left behind. Saffron's hands flex around the steering wheel as Adam pours himself into the passenger side, wishing they were circling your neck instead, taking the life you tried to steal from Adam. How dare you touch him? How dare you leave him bleeding out? You almost ruined everything. You're lucky Adam didn't die, or you'd face a fate far worse than Adam could ever give you. Slow, torturous, your body chained to his dissection table, squirming and flailing about, screaming your vocal cords roar in a massive symphony of emotion and terror, quelled only by your following.
Saffron.
Saffron snaps out of his fantasy with stark clarity, startled by how visceral his own emotions are. His hands loosen around the steering wheel, and he blinks in a daze. Oh, what an unusual reaction. He's never felt such indescribable hatred, and rarely does he think about using unnecessary violence, preferring to use tools, rather than his bare hands, on an individual. Perhaps seeing Adam hurt awoke the parental side of him. He does care about the band members after all.
You know, that is another question. How involved do you reckon the band members are?
He tucks it away for later to give a proper dissection.
I apologize. Could you repeat that? I'm afraid I missed what you said.
Adam's jaw ticks as he wipes away a faint sheen of sweat gathering above his brow. But he's far more subdued than usual, and his words lack their usual bite.
Did you bring sutures? I'm goddamn bleeding out if you hadn't noticed.
Saffron tuts as he reaches into the back seat and retrieves a small white medical kit. He hands it over to Adam.
Thanks.
A dry response, and one that lacks genuine gratitude. Saffron can't help but smile as Adam pulls out the needle and begins sewing his skin back together. Always with the crass language, this one. But at least he gets to see the real Adam. Most people in their lives will never know the cruel being lurking beneath this modest persona. Never know how many bodies left in Adam's wake that Saffron took the liberty of cleaning up.
Cleaning up, you say? You mean they took the liberty of eating? Suppose that's one way of hiding the evidence.
They'll never experience such a pleasure because they'd never understand it. They'd call him a monster, drag him into the electric chair for their version of justice, despite the fact Adam stands for the very same thing they do, working to eliminate the sinners posed as saints. He just doesn't mind having a little fun before snuffing out their miserable existence. And no one will ever find out. Not unless Saffron starts the car. Not unless you reveal their secret. No, everything will turn out fine. He shouldn't think about the worst case scenario. And besides, you're just one measly little piece of livestock who managed to escape the packaging plant. You operate the same as most people. You'll slip up at some point because you're in a panic state, and those who let their feelings overwhelm them tend to make plenty of mistakes that both he and Adam can take advantage of. There's just one thing nagging at him. Adam almost always executed his plans with flawless precision. So, what did you do in order to catch him off guard? Adam won't answer outright he's sure. It's something Saffron himself will have to piece together. Not that he doesn't mind a good puzzle from time to time. He keeps him sharp.
Stop,
Adam says, pausing mid-stitch to look at Saffron.
I can tell what you're thinking, just leave it alone. I have no idea what you're referring to. You know exactly what I mean. Is there a reason you're so desperate to hide it? Is there a reason you're being so annoyingly persistent about it?
Saffron sighs, reining in his frustration. Getting mad at Adam won't help and will further him from his goal. He tries again.
I understand your discomfort, but I wouldn't if it weren't so important. Someone got the upper hand on you. What if they managed to do it a second time? What if they kill you or worse? I can't let that happen, Adam. I won't allow it.
Adam's quiet for a moment, and when Saffron's eyes skirt over to see what's causing such a long pause, he catches the other man touching his lips while wearing a slight frown on his face. Saffron notices for the first time they're swollen.
It won't happen,
Adam says at last. His fingertips trail from his lips over to the ever-present earring. It glints under the glow of the sunlight, as if even God approves of whatever decision he's come to.
It won't happen because I won't let it.
Saffron withholds a shudder as Adam's gaze cuts over to him. Not out of fear, but in delight of a hunt that they will end in a satisfying conclusion for the both of them. Because, if anything, Adam's just as hungry of a monster as he is. Briar's Bar and Grill, earlier. Saffron trusts Adam's decision to redeem himself. From the way Adam spoke, whatever you did to him was unforgivable, and Saffron knows it's not just because you stabbed him. No, it's something much deeper, more complicated. Like you somehow shook the very foundation of his being. How you did it, Saffron doesn't know, but either way, Adam will eliminate you without mercy. Because, on the off chance he doesn't, Saffron's eyes flicker towards the glove compartment box. He reaches over and pops it open, revealing a hidden revolver nestled between slips of paperwork, and traces the cylinder with great affection, his gaze returning to the bar where you disappeared into.
Adam gets 10 minutes to redeem himself once we get back to the trailer park.
Saffron promises himself as you exit the building in a rush. He closes the glove compartment and tightens his grip around the steering wheel.
Otherwise, I go in.
We're back to him. Ruth's trailer earlier. Adam hovers above the collapsed form of your aunt. Shards of glass lay scattered around her body like broken teeth, blood splattered across their surface in cruel arches. He nudges her limp wrist with the toe of his boot, having questioned, through it all of her incessant begging and pleading, how much more pathetic this woman could get. Turns out, by quite a lot.
I told you not to run. Now look at you. You've gone and made a mess of things.
Ruth doesn't respond. Not that Adam expects her to. She hit her head pretty hard on the counter of the kitchen table when she tripped over her own 2 feet in her haste to get away. He'd hoped to pry information out of her once he finished you off. Things only she might know. Things that could lead to him achieving his ultimate goal and the promise he made to her. But, of course not, because no one in your family can listen for 5 goddamn seconds. Adam sighs, scrubbing a tired hand through his hair as he takes in the miserable scene when something in your aunt's grasp captures his attention. When did she... He bends down, keeping a careful distance from your aunt in case she's hiding one of the glass shards in her free hand, waiting for an opportunity to strike that will never come because he is all too familiar with the same tricks from his previous victims. He picks up the photograph, tucked beneath her palm. The photo she kept hidden in her drawer. The one she was so desperate to protect. He takes note of the cracks on the glass fissuring outwards, starting at the edge of the frame and slicing through Ruth's younger self, splitting her apart in a twisted sort of irony. His gaze drifts over each of the 5 women until he lands on the one with wavy brown hair, her shy laughter concealed behind her hand.
Oh, so the one on the end is his mother.
He almost forgot what it sounded like. Almost forgot the warmth and vibrancy after all these years. He can hear it now. Adam swallows hard and flips the frame over, undoing the back, letting the foam board fall to the ground with a dull thump before pulling out the picture itself. He peers over the newly freed photo, sparing another glance at your aunt. His expression hardens with hatred. She looks a little more like her younger self like this, her hair loose from the scuffle, her arms spread like angel's wings. But nothing about this woman is angelic.
Are we taking this?
Adam says before stuffing the picture into his wallet for safekeeping. If he can't get any information out of her, he reasons he'll just try using other resources, like this photo instead. Maybe even you might know something considering your connection to Ruth. Some secret she could have spilled without you realizing their significance. Don't take it back. Adam catches the sound of a small, desperate whisper. He peers down at your Aunt Ruth and cocks his head to the side, almost mocking.
Oh, are you still alive?
She doesn't say anything, but he notices a flicker of movement from her hand. The same one he took the photo from. Huh. Stubborn and resilient. Just like you. Well, at least he can still glean answers from her and put an end to her miserable existence in the worst way possible. One he deems fit. He knows just the perfect ending for a woman like her. Adam lowers himself again, right as she makes her croaking sound, unable to distinguish what she's trying to convey. She's just garbling nonsense at this point. But he has all the time in the world, so he'll play along the same way he did with you on that highway. He enjoys toying with his food as much as the next serial killer.
What's wrong?
Adam asks with mock concern. His tone should be sweet, with a bitter aftertaste.
What? You want your little picture back?
He waves the empty frame around, before tossing the empty fixture towards her. The frame lands right beside her immobile arm. Her finger twitches in response. Adam's voice dips, lowering with malice.
Do you really think you'll need that where you're going?
She doesn't respond, leaving Adam to wonder if she's passed out again or died on him. Adam scoffs.
You know, you're really crap at holding a conversation.
Again, he gets nothing out of her. How disappointing. Adam's burner phone buzzes and he glances at the message sent by Saffron. They're almost here. Adam smirks and pockets his phone, his body humming with anticipation.
Showtime,
he says as he tries heading for the door, when he feels a hand dart out and wrap around his ankle, the grip weak but persistent. Nails dig into the fabric of his jeans. Give it back. Adam pauses, staring down at her hand invading his goddamn personal space, taking in her poor attempt at stopping him with cold detachment.
And if I don't, you'll... what? Kill me?
He reaches down and detaches her fingers, one by one by one, focusing on curling them before he gives in to his primal urge. He wants to wring her neck, to twist and snap her bones, watching as the life drains out of her. He wants her to suffer just as much as she did. This witch is the entire reason he can't goddamn stand liars. Adam, I don't know if you remember me. Of course he does. After all, how could he goddamn forget?
Oh, so we're with Adam but unknown?
Screaming. So much screaming. He covers his ears, closes his eyes, and tries to escape through his mind and thoughts, but they're all twisted together like a hastily wrapped ball of yarn. There's a thump, followed by a crash from somewhere downstairs, probably in the kitchen. Why? Because it's always the stupid kitchen. The angry cacophony of curses and shouts reverberates through the closed bathroom door, where Adam hides. He didn't want to stay downstairs in his room. Not when things are like this. He's afraid to get pulled into the fray.
You keep making a goddamn fool out of me!
Another crash and the sound of glass breaking. Adam ducks his head as if words are physical objects that are easily hurled and someone just chucked them at his face. Stop it. Just stop it. He shakes his head as tears stream down his cheeks. Please just stop. But it keeps going and going, getting worse and worse, making him sob harder and harder to the point where he is afraid someone will overhear. He can't get caught crying again. Not after last time. He can still remember the acrid scent of cigarette smoke and the suffocating darkness of the shed, his palms flat against the rotting floor as he waited with his head bowed. No, he's learned his lesson too many times to count. So, he kills in on himself, trying to control his breathing and stifle the sound of his anguish with his trembling hands.
You look
so much like your father. Adam still remembers the cruel expression on the woman's face as she said it. The muffled giggles and concealed laughter that followed. The hand on his shoulder tightening at the comment, drawing him away from the open stairs and into one of the empty seats. I can't believe I didn't see it before. You look so much like him. He wanted to scream, to deny anything that linked them together.
I'm not like him. I'm not him. I'm not him. I'm not.
I'll never forgive you. The guttural scream makes him jump, then tremble in fear. He hates this, hates that woman for causing it. Why? Why did Miss Aspen say that? And why did it cause all this? He can't comprehend the meaning behind any of it, and doesn't know if he ever will. He remains there for what feels like hours, arms and legs going numb from being stuck in the same position for so long, terrified of making any noise that draws attention. Then, everything just stops, and an easy quiet fills the house, and Adam shivers. He wiggles his toes, trying to regain feeling in them, listening out for the chaos to pick up again. It doesn't, and that's much, much worse. Feet shuffle up the staircase, and Adam squeezes his eyes closed. I'm not here. I'm not here. I'm not here. The door to his bathroom slams open, and Adam jerks upright as the lights flare to life. His bottom lip trembles as he looks to the door. Adam. Ruth's trailer, current time. Adam. Adam gets thrust back into the present, and the sight of the woman at his feet makes his lips curl in disgust. She repeats herself. Adam, get back. No, he's never forgotten her, not even for a moment. He lifts Ruth by her wrist, dangling her in the air, so that they're face to face, their noses almost touching while she hangs there limp. Are you really in a position to make demands? Because from where I'm standing, I think you should shut the hell up and wait until I'm done with that nasty little relative of yours. But sure, keep testing my goddamn patience. See where it gets you. Glad we see eye to eye. Adam lowers her, but keeps a hold of her wrist to keep her filthy blood-stained hands off of him. He is gonna need a blistering hot shower after this. Whereas your touch ignites deep-seated want, hers feels like 1,000 maggots crawling all over his skin, burrowing their way into his insides and eating away at his entrails. He'll hold on to this disgust while dealing with you, because he can't let you get close again. He won't let you. Adam composed himself when light floods through the shattered window of the small, darkened trailer. He watches as your car pulls up, followed by Saffron's reefer truck. He must have brought it in preparation for the massacre that's about to happen. Despite this, Adam can already hear Saffron complaining about the fact you'll take up room, your body's filling up space in his precious freezer, unwanted unless he gets desperate. Saffron's a choosy bugger, an irony not lost on Adam, considering the man's diet. The flower boy will live another day. Oh, so yeah, he definitely wants to eat the little florist. For now, Adam hears the crunch of your sneakers over the gravel, followed by a knock at the door. He reaches for the abundance of chains, taking his time and doing each one to send your heart thumping and your mind racing. He can almost feel your trepidation leaking through the door. You're scared, aren't you? Click. Well, you should be. Click. Because he's been waiting. Click. Click. Ruth's trailer, current time. I finally found you, my elusive little pest. Adam, your mouth goes dry at the sight of the purple-haired demon in the flesh. And how does he greet you? With a goddamn knife. You try looking down at the aforementioned knife without moving your neck. Otherwise, you'll impale yourself like a shish kebab. And notice it's covered in dried blood. Did he seriously not, at the very least, clean the thing? And who does it belong to? You? Or someone else? Your eyes wander over to your aunt, who lays motionless on the ground a few feet away from where you crash-landed after Adam jump-scared you. It's yours, he says, reading your mind. Your aunt did that with no real effort on my part. Right. And he's also just a hurt, misunderstood soul. who just needs lots of hugs and unconditional love to fix all his baggage and deep-seated issues. Because, if you've learned anything, a smooch a day keeps the serial killers away. Okay, sarcasm aside, the last part's a little bit true. Kissing the killer ultimately did save your life when you were neck-deep in trouble and helped you avoid getting skewered. I mean, true, but it also made him borderline obsessed with us. I say borderline obsessed with us, he's purely obsessed with us. But, even so, you're not buying his bull. The man lies as easy as he breathes. He is a repeat offender considering none of his general audience knows he murders people for craps and giggles. Or at least, that's what you assume. It's either that, or for a power trip. Quite possibly both considering how Adam's personality flip-flops between cocky and aggressive. Why else target complete strangers? You contemplate this as you try adjusting the angle of your neck in order to put some much-needed space between you and Adam's weapon of choice. Well, that and to check if your aunt's still alive. But Adam pursues you, giving you no wriggle room to work with, and he rewards your efforts by giving you a soft warning prick. Eyes on me. You wince at the stinging sensation before fixing him with your glare. Oh, yeah. You forgot about his issues with personal space. Consider your bubble popped for the rest of your interactions because you are not getting it back with him around. Your earlier fear goes up in a puff of smoke, annoyance taking over the mantle instead. I'd say to go screw yourself, but after recalling our kiss from yesterday, I doubt you know how. Adam's jaw ticks at the comment. Oh, yeah, buddy. Feel the salt in that wound. Oh, sorry. Too soon? You say in mock embarrassment, widening your eyes to establish that you aren't sorry in the slightest, going straight for his weak point, in retaliation since he went after yours. As sucky as Aunt Ruth is, you're not letting her die for your poor decisions. Adam's your burden, your cross to bear. You should have killed him when you had the chance, but you didn't. And like I said earlier, that's a rather foolish thing to do. You won't make that mistake again. Not when you're armed with your own weapon, tucked into your waistband of your pants. You never learn, do you? Adam says, withdrawing his blade. Right before it descends on your already wounded shoulder. You screw your eyes shut and turn your head, unable to duck out of the way, with Adam boxing you in. You wait for the inevitable pain of a knife tearing through skin and muscle, flashing back to that horrific moment on the highway when you tried contacting emergency services, your body readying itself when... thunk. Let me guess, he just stabbed the floor instead. Nothing comes. Just a condescending chuckle from Adam when you open your eyes to find the knife embedded in the wall right above your shoulder. His eyes glitter with amusement over your reaction. Great. So he's gone from outright stabbing to psychological torture. Exact what you need. So much bravado, and yet you're still afraid of me. That's good. Adam whispers, his breath warm in your ear as he leans closer. You should be. He repositions his knife at the hollow of your throat when he draws back, reaching into his back pocket with his free hand. I've got a few questions for you, since your dear aunt couldn't bother to answer them herself. You raise an eyebrow at him. Oh, yeah, because an unconscious woman can totally help. Forgive my aunt for her poor manners. I'm sure she's so sorry for that despite all the trauma you put her through. You jolt upon feeling the knife move, a subtle shift that leaves you wondering if you pushed him too far when you feel the steel travel downward instead. Adam's unamused by your jeering. You're stretching his patience, but for some reason, he's not hurting or killing you. In part, you're relieved, but you also question why. How many times? Adam asks, pushing aside the collar of your shirt with the tip of his knife. to reveal a mess of gauze and medical tape underneath.
Do I have to remind you what I am capable of when you've already experienced it? Are you really that goddamn stupid?
My clients say it's a part of my charm. An odd expression consumes Adam's face at the mention of your clientele, but you blink and it's gone, replaced by his usual scowl whenever you dare to open your mouth. He finally pulls out whatever's in his pocket, a thin slip of paper, and unfolds the parchment. He presents to you with a picture of your aunt and 4 other women.
Now, tell me, do you recognize any other woman aside from your aunt?
You open your mouth, prepared to fire off another quip, but Adam flips the knife and angles it towards your jugular. You swallow hard. Adam taps the picture again and the seam of your lips.
I wouldn't do that if I were you. Otherwise my hands might slip. So I suggest.
A cocky little smirk tugs at the corners of his mouth.
You choose your words wisely.
Damn, you really don't have much of a choice but to comply. Fine then, you'll remain complacent. For now, you take your time studying the photo when something about the woman positioned at the far left of the group, with her petal pink dress and delicate frame, captures your attention. While the rest of the women laugh openly, hers conveys a distinct shyness, almost as if she doesn't want the others to notice. Yet, that's not what bothers you. It's the fact that you recognize her. But how? You examine each one of her features, poring over each minute detail in order to figure out where you remember those cupid bow lips and high cheekbones from. She's model pretty, distinguishable within any crowd, much like the rest of her friends. Birds of a feather flock together, you think, and notice how her arms aren't linked with the others. Until the cat comes. Adam wraps his finger around the top of the photo.
Tick tock. You're running out of time.
You don't even bother glancing up. Hold your knife, king horses, and try to concentrate.
Then hurry up.
The hand containing the photo darts out and grips the back of your neck, forcing your head up to meet his gaze. The sharp press of his blade goes underside of your jaw. His legs are wedged between yours, one on either side, his knee pressed against the inside of your thigh as he kneels before you, purple tips of his hair tickling your cheek. Yeah, he is that close. His proximity makes your heart pound, and not in the, oh my god, he's so dreamy sort of way, but in the, oh god, he's gonna gut you like a fish sort of way. You weigh your options, deliberating on headbutting him, but decide against it due to the sharp obstacle blocking your way. He is not underestimating you this time. Adam refuses to give you any ample opportunities to take advantage of his weakness. The knife isn't just there as a threat, but a barrier. You know I can't see the photograph at this angle, right?
You've looked at it for long enough. Now tell me.
He lowers his head, those pitch black eyes flashing red, his mouth stretching into a snarl.
What do you know?
You frown as you study the movement of his lips. Then, a light clicks on in your head, and you start connecting the dots. The high cheekbones, the cupid's bow lips, right down to her wavy hair. Those features are a perfect match for the man right in front of you. You blurt out the words right before you can stop them. Holy crap! Why didn't I realize earlier? You look so much like her. Adam goes? Absolutely still. His pallor turns chalk white. His expression a mixed cocktail of emotions ranging from angry to haunted to tortured, all in the span of a few minutes.
What did you just say?
He's shaking so hard, you feel yourself vibrate thanks to your close proximity. The knife disappears from your throat, and you know it's now or never, because you won't find a better opening than the one presented to you. You don't know what triggered him, and you don't care. All you know is that your hands are reaching for the kitchen knife at your waist, driven by the instinct to kill him for everything that he's done and going to do. Only one of you will walk out of here alive. You'll make sure it's you. Adam's lost in a daze when you bring your arm up in a wide arch, to which Adam dodges a moment too late, the front of his hoodie tearing in the process, blood spraying against the trailer walls. You try going for his black hole of a heart next when Adam springs away from you. In a flash, he is at your aunt's side. Your knife spears through empty air, lodging into the musty carpet flooring as it brings it down. You give the knife a harsh yank before getting to your feet. The picture Adam used to interrogate you flutters to the floor like a flag being dropped to signal the start of a match. Ding ding. Adam presses a hand to his chest before drawing it away to reveal blood smeared on his palm. I hope that goddamn hurt, you arse, because there's more where that came from. You're practically spitting in his direction, geared up for what a fight. After all the hell he put you through for the past 2 days, unrelenting in his pursuit. You're going to give this monster a taste of his own medicine. Adam's slow to look up. His eyes are narrowed, but to your surprise, he's smiling, teeth bared like plans on using them to rip you apart. It's primal, that smile, like he's been waiting for this moment his entire life. Like he's been waiting for a reason to finally end this. Cute, Adam says, his voice dipping low as he gives an expert flip of his knife before catching it by the hilt with trained precision. He points the tip of the blade in your direction. But I promise I'm better. And quick as a whip, he is on you like a beast released from his cage, a snarl ripping from his throat as he tries slashing at your arm, wielding the kitchen knife. You manage to pull back in time and hear the whistle of metal slicing through air, your knife cradled against your chest as you hit the wall. Adam descends on you. You try your best to keep him at bay, but you're an amateur in comparison to his seasoned practice. A fact that becomes crystal clear within seconds. He forces you to go to the defensive, while he goes full offense. His attacks jarring and harsh, forcing you to block one after the other in favor of lashing out again. Each blow chips your already dwindling strength. Your injured shoulder burns from the exertion. You can't keep up at this rate. Everything aches, the pain echoing bone deep, causing your movements to become slow and clumsy. You're getting tired, worn down, but Adam is not. If anything, he's invigorated by your struggle to keep up, as if he's soaking up your fear to help fuel his bloodlust. There's a knowing smirk at the corner of his lips. Monster! He knows you're delaying the inevitable. His endurance will outlast yours, and once you falter, he's going in for the kill, like a snake constricting a mouse until its body folds.
And let's face it, even if we win this fight, we've still got Saffron waiting outside for us.
You both know he's got the advantage here. The odds are stacked against you. They were right from the beginning, when you made the mistake of pulling over. There's got to be a way out of this. You grit your teeth, sweat dripping down your brow and along the curve of your spine as you try to fight back. Try to find an opening. You won't find one, Adam taunts, guessing your train of thought yet again.
Why? Don't you just give in to me? We both know you won't last much longer.
He substantiates his point with another rough jab of his blade. Your teeth rattle from the impact and you almost lose your grip on your knife, but you manage to remain firm. If anything, you're stubborn, a trait he couldn't beat out of you even if he tried. Oh, come on, you say with a huff. Now you're making the sex jokes way too easy. You gasp as his knife comes down harder than ever before, in retaliation for your obvious jab, the steel pinging with his furious blows.
Is that really all you goddamn think about?
Adam says, clearly seething. Oh, he's cranky now. A fact you'd take pure delight in if he didn't say what he says next.
Considering how you kissed me, and after finding out about that online job of yours,
Your entire body goes cold. How the hell
do you know about my job?
You wear a mask to conceal your identity, not out of shame, but for privacy reasons. So, how do you know what you do for a living? No, you guess you shouldn't be surprised. He's a stalker after all, and you don't doubt he dug into your background. Probably at the same point after you gave him the slip.
I have a better question.
You let out a howl as he manages to grab hold of your wrist while you're processing this new information. You lose your grip on the knife, and Adam kicks it away, shoving you one method of defense somewhere behind him with a scuffed boot before pinning your arm over your head.
Come on, Aunt Ruth. I'm relying on you waking up and picking up my knife right now. Stab him in the ankle.
You raise your other arm to fight him off, but he grabs that one just as easily. It joins the first, both now pinned underneath his grasp. You lift your leg up to kick him, but he uses his body to restrain yours, your hips perfectly aligned. The knife returns to your throat, and you stop struggling. Great. Back to square one.
Tell me something.
Adam peers down at you with a harsh sense of judgment.
Why the hell did you kiss me back on the highway? Why was your first instinct? Is it because of your fixation on sex? You could have fought me, gone for my eyes, punched me, anything but shoving your tongue down my throat. So why did you goddamn do it?
You bark out a harsh laugh, devoid of humor. That's what he's focusing on. This, right now of all things. But you're starting to piece everything together. You guess that accounts for something. For someone who accused me of thinking about sex all the time, that question is pretty hypocritical. I'm starting to think it's you who's obsessed with sex, and now you're just projecting. It would explain a lot. What? You say with mock concern, as his mouth twists into a scowl. Are you frustrated because you can't stop thinking about it? Thinking about me? Is that why you get upset whenever I bring up the topic? Because you want me. The air goes thick, heavy with unspoken tension, as your words hang there in between you two. You hear the pitter-patter of rain against the trailer roof. The rest of the world goes quiet, as if anticipating Adam's response, wondering what he'll do next. Whatever it is, you're ready.
Oh, come on, Aunt Ruth. I'm still relying on you waking up.
Ruth's trailer, current time. Ruth's mind fractures, splits apart, and then reassembled once again, before the cycle repeats. She hears a muffled argument, her ears stuffed with what feels like cotton, unable to decipher the string of conversation, or figure out whose voice belongs to who. Glass cuts into Ruth's cheeks, arms, and legs. Hurts. Everything hurts. She's disorientated, unable to remember how she got acquainted with the floor. What Ruth does remember, and the only thing she can seem to remember, is the man taunting her with the face of the woman she once cared for. With the face of her first love. How cruel! Ruth reaches for the photo, the only picture she has of her first love, because if she's going to die, she wants to die by her side. That's all she can ask for. Her hands fumble over the shards of glass, but finds the space beside her empty. Then another memory clicks into place. Adam taking her away. Adam shoving the photo into his pocket, mocking her feeble attempts to get her back. Adam, the house-born birth from the hips of an angel. A monster in the making, just like that monster. The one who took what she couldn't have, telling her that her love was a sin. That it was vile. And she wanted to prove him wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong! And now she's gone. These men keep taking her love away from her. Adam and that monster both. Ruth seethes on the ground, her fists clenching when she sees something glittering from her arm's length away. Like a present, like a gift from God. Ruth reaches out and wraps her fingers around the handle of the forgotten kitchen knife.
Just make sure you're quiet about it, Ruth. Don't alert him that you're coming.
Is that why you get upset whenever I bring the topic up? Because you want me? The words hit Adam like a freight train as soon as they pour out of your mouth. A violent crash of flesh and metal, his head spinning on impact. What the hell are you implying? Denial surfaces in his brain. Something most people do upon confrontation, and Adam's no different. You're wrong. He doesn't want you. He'll never want you. But Adam knows he's lying to himself because of the excuses he makes just to touch you, reasoning that he's only using his body to trap you and not because he wants to get close enough to feel your body heat, to feel you. Yes, he wants you. God, he wants you. His dream self admitted as much, and the thought disturbed him. It makes him sick. Having these feelings, he needs to kill you, and yet he's acting like a kitten, seeking warmth for the first time. You're flush against him. Your body is without a centimeter of space between them, and all he wants to do is lift you up and... No! Adam crushes the thought without mercy. Whatever he's feeling, this blatant and unwelcome desire, he can't give it into this particular sin. He made a promise. He vowed never to give in. You're a temptation, one he's desperate to overcome. You're the hardest obstacle he's ever faced. One many would say the devil put in his path to lead him astray. But Adam wonders if regular people are the real devils. He is almost certain you are. His own little devil, meant to seduce him away from his original purpose. But he won't. He can't. You break the silence, your voice alluring as the sirens to the ship captain. Why are you so quiet? Not even going to deny it? You raise a brow at him, and his lack of rebuttal, like you can read his thoughts and see the war raging behind his eyes. His lips curl into a snarl. Don't you do that. Don't you goddamn dare look at him like that, like you've got him figured out. Adam presses the knife deeper into your skin, so that it's almost cutting into your neck. You wince, despite the fact that he purposely didn't break skin. One more push, though, and there'll be blood. Plenty of it. Your chest heaves against his in response to the unspoken threat. He's breathing heavier too. He convinces himself it's because you're afraid, and that he loves your fear. And that's why he's breathing so goddamn hard, and not because of the friction of your chest against his. His lust for blood always outweighed his attraction towards other people. So, why shouldn't it work now? Answering one question with another. How very like you. I seem to recall a sudden someone whimpering against my mouth, unable to restrain himself. Are you telling me that was a different serial killer? I wouldn't be surprised, considering you kissed me, a complete stranger. Nasty habit you've got there, kissing dangerous men. Do you do that often? If so, maybe I should cut it out of you. Starting from here. He taps your chin with the tip of his blade, guiding it down your front, shifting his body to allow the knife to glide towards the top of your navel, as if he's tracing lines on a map. To here. As your expression hardens, he smirks and realigns your bodies, returning the curve of his blade to your throat. How does that sound? I'll gut you properly, so the pain will only be a little agonizing. We can take it nice and slow. You raise an eyebrow at Adam. Okay, now it just sounds like you're trying to flirt with me, and it's getting a little sad. Sorry, Adam, but you're not my type. I like men who don't stab me upon first meeting. It's called having standards. Adam's lip curls into a snarl.
If that's how you see this, then you're delusional.
His nails dig into your wrist, and you bite your lip to keep from crying out.
Ruth, now would be the perfect time to wake up.
He ignores the way his body throbs.
How do you keep forgetting? I almost killed you the last time, and I'm capable of far worse because I've done worse. Make that of what you will. But there's nothing about you that will keep you safe from me. You're deluding yourself into a narrative that you've built based on one experience.
Then say it. Or better yet, go through with it. You challenge, not backing down. Because as far as I can tell, you've had plenty of opportunities to torture the answers you want out of me, and yet you haven't even cut me once. Why is that, Adam? You stabbed me as soon as you got the chance when we first met. So why aren't you doing it now? Why are there only threats and none of your previous violence? You gesture over to your aunt with your chin. You did it to her, so why not me? Come on, Adam. Tick, tock. You quote him from earlier. Adam's gaze narrows. He's spoiled you too much by not following through with his threats. He'll have to change that.
Are you sure you're in any position to push me? Do you think I'm not capable of hurting you anymore? That I can't kill you once I get what I want out of you? Because I'd beg to differ.
He presses his forehead against yours, forcing you to look into his eyes, to see his resolve and burning hatred for what you awoke in him. Then beg, you say with zero hesitation, lifting your chin, holding his gaze like you're his equal. Because even with this, your eyes go to gesture towards his forehead before locking on Adam's face once more. You're just finding excuses to touch me. I know what attraction looks like, Adam. I've seen it with my clients, seen it with my everyday life, and what happens when a man wants someone and you match the entire goddamn definition. Why are you so afraid to admit it? Scared I'll use it against you, just like last time. Afraid you'll like it too much. Your body shifts against his, and Adam withholds a groan, grinding his teeth to cover up the wince that follows. Too late. He sees you've already caught on. He needs to prove you wrong, that your body isn't his ultimate weakness, and he's not someone pathetic enough to be controlled by sexual desire. He is not your client. He is not like any of them, and he'll show all of you here and now. Adam withdraws his blade, rises it high over his head, and says, "Wrong move," before bringing the knife down. Outside in the van, current time. He counts down the minutes ticking by. 5, then 4, then 3. At 2, Saffron pulls out his gun and loads 3 bullets into the chamber. He glances up at the trailer he's parked in front of. 1 more minute, and he is going inside. Ruth's trailer, current time. Adam's knife comes down, and you brace yourself for the familiar sensation of steel tearing through flesh and bone, knowing the futility of fighting, but trying anyway. You thought you had Adam pegged, that you had him all figured out. You thought you understood why he hesitated, but you didn't. And now, you're going to pay the ultimate price, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Chest puffed. Stay strong. You grab onto your old friend's face. Like a lifeline, keeping your gaze locked with Adam's in one final act of defiance, willing the hatred in your eyes to haunt him for the rest of his days. It was you who couldn't escape him in life, but in death, you're determined to return the favor tenfold. You curse him until the day he dies. You don't even bother to keep track of the blade as it plummets towards your chest, in an act of sheer stubborn willpower, refusing to show any sign of weakness. At least, even through all of this, you can take consolation in the fact that he never was able to break you, that you maintain some sort of dignity, even in the end. You clench your fists, you jut out your chest, and you hold your head up high, like you're above all this, above him. Adam notices the subtle change in your demeanor, his eyes widening in surprise, as though he expected for you to crack and start begging for mercy. The knife comes down and stops, right above your heart. Adam's breathing hard, his hands shaking with invisible frustration, unable to tear himself away from your captive gaze. He tries again. Adam raises his arm, brings the knife down, and the invisible chains that stop him the first time around stop him yet again. Something holding him back, something giving him pause, as he fights tooth and nail to deliver on his promise. Adam's gaze flickers down to his traitorous hands, the same ones that refuse to give in to his commands, before returning to look at you. Adam's jaw clenches, his molars grinding. You're surprised he doesn't chip a tooth in the process. Damn it! Adam hurls the knife away, the steel embedding itself perfectly into the wall, parallel from where he threw it. God damn you! God damn you! Adam's hands encircle your throat, and he slams you into the wall. You claw at his fingers, his arms, his chest. You're losing oxygen fast. Your vision turns black at the corners. Spots dip in and out of your peripheral like glittering stars. You can feel him shaking again, this time for an entirely different reason. You can feel how desperate he is to kill you, to escape the humiliation of his attraction towards you. He's acting like a wild animal, trapped and afraid. Tears prick at the corners of his eyes as you witness something genuine and raw rise to the surface. Vulnerability. Why the hell did you have to appear? Why? Are you here to torture me? To screw with me? To break me? His voice cracks and fishes as his hands tighten and constrict, a war rampaging behind those darkened eyes. He's battling the deep-seated truth of your words. I don't want to feel like this. I don't want to feel any of this. I need it to stop. I need you to stop. I'm begging you to just stop. Why couldn't you have just done like everyone else? Why did you have to kiss me? His hands give one last squeeze, and then they're gone. You take in a much-needed lungful of air, coughing and sputtering as you collapse against the wall. You're trying to catch your breath when Adam's face grows near. What is he? The question dies on your throat as soon as you see the intent behind Adam's eyes. His lips parted as his warm breath brushes against your skin. His expression tortured as though he knows what he's about to do will ruin him. You hear a scraping sound coming from above. His nails, they're clawing their way down the wall in a last feeble attempt to restrain himself from giving in. I hate that I want you. His voice is barely above a whisper before his mouth descends on yours. Your head spins from his quick and sudden transition, and you don't even have time to shove him away, his lips almost brushing yours, but not quite. When? Give her back! Someone roars from behind Adam, and all of a sudden, his body jerks forwards, his back bending at the impact of an unforeseen blow as something slams into him. Okay, prediction. I predict, after that now that Ruth has just stabbed Adam, Saffron is going to walk in and shoot Ruth. There's a sickening wet thump, followed by a gross squelching sound. Adam grunts through clenched teeth. Give her back! Give her back! Give her back! Give her back! Another thump follows the first before Adam growls and sweeps his arm out, sending the person behind him, your Aunt Ruth, flying across the room. She collides with the wall before slumping to the floor. Ruth blinks, momentarily stunned. In her hands, she wields a knife drenched in crimson. The same one Adam kicked away moments before. When Adam turns his back to you, focusing all his attention on your aunt, you spot 2 fresh wounds near Adam's shoulder blades, in near identical slits. They remind you of what's left behind when a fallen angel gets stripped of their wings. Adam sways like a drunken man. He braces his hand against the wall, nails torn and bleeding from where he clawed at it earlier to keep himself from kissing you. Right, he almost kissed you. Voluntarily. Looks like your blossoming theory was right on the money. Not that something to celebrate. You'd rather your milkshakes not bring all of the serial killers to the yard. Least of all, Adam. You shake your head to clear your mind. Nope. Maybe someday you can unpack this crap in therapy. When you can, afford it, to figure out why your milkshakes bring all the serial killers to the yard. But for right now, you've got bigger fish to fry, namely aforementioned serial killer who looks like he's about ready to pounce on your Aunt Ruth and strangle her to death. Or worse. I should have killed you when I had the goddamn chance. Adam rasps, stumbling towards her with uneven steps. Your aunt gets to her feet, grasping onto the counter for support, and you freeze upon seeing the unabashed rage pulsating out of her in thick waves. She directs everything she has at Adam, all of her ugliest emotions laid bare. You've never related to her more. Ruth's lips peel back into a snarl, her lips stained with red, as though she applied too much makeup. The storm rampaging behind her eyes, overshadowing the monsoon going on outside. She looks unstable, insane, broken. She spits her vitriol at Adam, her words containing a venom that poisons each syllable. I'll kill you! I'll kill you! I will kill you for everything you've done, you sick, twisted little monster! How dare you? How dare you wear her face and do this to me? How dare you taunt me this way? How dare you? Tears fall from her hardened eyes, but she scrubs them away with a rough jerk of her wrist. I'll end this. I'll end you. Adam staggers again, but he gives a low chuckle, devoid of humor, as he rips his knife from where it juts out of the wall. His own hatred rivals your aunt. Bunny, he says, using the sleeve of his hoodie to wipe your crusted blood off of his knife in one quick swipe. Because, a long time ago, you told me I looked just like him. Was that another one of your goddamn lies? Or did you know what would happen if you said something like that? Ruth bows her head. Well, did you? Come on, Miss Aspen. Tell the truth. For once in your goddamn miserable life. Your fault. Adam tilts his head in that animalistic way of his, a hunter listening for prey out in the long stalks of grass. What was that? Speak the hell up. I can't hear. It's your fault she's gone. Your aunt screams in raw outburst of emotion, glass shards digging into her heel as she gives an angry stomp of her foot. You recoil at the sheer volume. What's going on? They're almost acting like they know each other from somewhere, like they've had some sort of shared past together. Well, come on us. We do know that his mother was in the same photo as our aunt, so it's not out of the realm of possibility. This isn't just about Adam breaking into her trailer and attacking her, but rather another matter entirely, something that caused your aunt to dive into the depths of madness and come out swinging. It's like they have an unresolved grudge from before you ever entered the picture. Wait, the picture Adam showed you before, Ruth and that woman that looks like Adam were both in it. Did something happen between them? Your mind swirls with possibilities of what all this means as Ruth continues. You're the reason she endured everything she did. It was all for you, and yet you killed her. Your entire existence destroyed her. I told her, Aunt Ruth says between frantic gasps, nearly sobbing. I told her she shouldn't have gone through with the pregnancy, but she wouldn't listen. Ruth clutters her chest, as if preparing for herself to tear out her own heart in order to spare herself from the painful burden of the memories she's uprooting. Adam remains quiet, but his knuckles turn white. He's gripping the hilt of his knife so hard. Whatever she's saying, it's affecting him too. What he did to her, you know that all started because of you, don't you? But she never told you that because she wouldn't want you to blame yourself. But you should have. You watch with mounting horror as Ruth's feet leave behind bloody tracks as she steps over the glass, daring to get closer to Adam. He remains eerily silent as she gets in his face and jabs at his chest. And now she's gone because of you. You took her away. You took her away. You goddamn piece of crap. You took her away again. She's breathing hard as she reaches the end of her crazed rant. Adam's absolutely still. For a moment, no one moves. You're not even sure any of you are breathing. Then there's a lightning strike, and the room becomes illuminated in a yellowish glow that shows Adam lifting his head. And all hell breaks loose. Adam on your aunt in an instant because, even while he's wounded, he's fast. He grabs her finger, and you hear the sickening crack of bones breaking, like a twig being snapped in two. Your aunt screams and flails, her knife managing to cut into Adam's cheek, but he remains unperturbed, and instead disarms her with severing tendons in her fingers. She loses the grip on the knife, and Adam's other arm darts out, wrapping a hand round her throat. Then he's lifting her into the air, a cold-blooded killer once more. Her legs flail and kick, her fists thumping against his arms, and her feet leaving the ground. You scream your aunt's name and search for something to stop him. You won't let him kill her. You need to act. Now! Oh, well, I think killing him is probably not going to work out for us. But we can try it. You duck forward and grab for the knife because you're not a goddamn coward. Your hands wrapping around the base of the handle. Adam's too busy with Ruth to notice. A big mistake on his part. He'll pay for his hubris in the worst way possible. He's forgotten how much of a threat you really are, because once you commit to something, you're committed, and you're determined to put this monstrosity of a man 6 feet under. You're going to save your aunt and get the hell out of here, no matter the cost. You lift the knife and thrust it into Adam's lower back, driving him forward with the force of your body, slamming into his. Adam make to choke its sound as you do so. Aunt Ruth's neck gives a sickening crack, and Adam drops her. Well, that didn't work out how we planned. She falls to the ground in a crumpled heap, like a blanket lying forgotten next to her bed during a hustle and bustle of someone running late to work. Her neck is bent at an awkward angle. Her eyes are open but devoid of life. No! No, 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 no! In your urgency, you foolishly believed you could protect Ruth from Adam, that you could make up for the mistake of bringing him here. But you couldn't. And now she's dead. You let out a blood-curdled scream, in part because you feel at fault, while also going mad with rage, causing you to literally see red as you thrust the knife in and out of Adam's body. His blood splashes across your cheeks, dappling your arms, and coats your clothes. All of the things he's done to you, stalking you, stabbing you, mocking you, holding your aunt hostage, cultivate into this sense of righteousness as you bring the knife down again and again. You fall on top of him as he collapses, your legs going on either side of him, pinning him down. He reaches a shaky arm out. You sink the knife's teeth into it because he's not getting away from you. No matter what, you're going to kill this monster, even if it's the last thing you do. your resolve far superior to his when he gave up the chance to end your life.
Okay, we all see how this is gonna end, right? I predict that okay, my early prediction was wrong. Ruth isn't getting shot. We're gonna get shot by Saffron.
Your free hand rakes down his back, your nails chewing at the skin of his arms, your nails sinking deep into muscle. You feel raw, vindicated after all the turmoil he put you through. You've made a righteous decision, putting an end to such a dangerous man's life. This is his fault. He should have left you alone, but he didn't, and now he's paying the ultimate price. Tears stream down your face as you plunge the knife into his spine one last time, before you withdraw, your hands shaking from both the rush of adrenaline and a sense of looming dread at what you've done. You took a human life. You went above and beyond self-defense, aiming to draw out his agony, and then quickly putting an end to his reign of terror. But it's over, isn't it? He's dead, right? Adam? You say his name tentatively, almost like you expect him to get up, dust himself off, and ask you if that's really the best you can do before finishing what he started. You get up, clutching the knife to your chest, searching for signs of life. There are none. Just like Ruth, his eyes are open, but there's no longer a soul behind them. Well, if Adam even possessed a soul to begin with. Which you doubt. You try one more time. Adam! Again. He's silent, and blood trickles out of the corner of his mouth. He's gone. He's really gone. He's no longer a threat to you or anyone else. It's over. It's over! You're half crying, half laughing now, your breath coming out in ragged gasps, before transitioning into a barrage of hiccups, because you're so overwhelmed. You bury your face into your hands. You're smiling. Finally, you've been released from this nightmare.
Damn, we really did forget about Saffron, didn't we? That's gonna bite us in the butt.
You're safe now. Or so you think. You don't hear the front door open when a harsh voice makes you jump.
Adam!
Then, a little more frantic, the edges frayed with disbelief.
Adam!
You look to see Saffron leaning against the doorway for support, a hand pressed to his mouth, his brows upturned and drawn together as he processes the devastating scene before him. He's staring at Adam, searching for signs of life but coming up empty. He looks like a parent who just lost his child. Like Adam's death just turned Saffron's entire world upside down. He looks as vulnerable as Adam did before he kissed you. A weakness exposed to his fullest extent. Saffron's voice cracks.
What did you do?
He's shaking his head, and he goes to Adam's side, turning the other man over, his hands cupping Adam's face, like he can't bring him back to life with willpower alone.
Don't do this to me. Please don't do this to me.
You take this as your opportunity to make a break for it, while a serial killer number 2 grieves over his loss. But right as you reach the door, a hand clamps down around your wrist, dragging you kicking and screaming back into the trailer, shutting the door behind him, sealing you inside and away from prying eyes. No one can hear your gut-wrenching cries over the rampaging storm. The only sign of the torture you endure is your blood leaking out from beneath the doorsill, washed away by the drip-drop of the rain.
Yeah, I did think he was just gonna shoot us, but then again, that makes more sense. He did sound like he was gonna be really upset with us. I wonder if we distract him, if Ruth might actually live.
Try it. You grab a skillet from the kitchen counter in favor of going for the knife currently laying in front of Adam's feet. You aim high and slam the metal against the back of his head. Adam lets out a strangled noise and releases your aunt in the process, sending her tumbling to the floor. Ruth scrambles to get away from him, her attempt to flee halted when her back hits the mattress inside of her bedroom, and her eyes dart towards the small nightstand with a single drawer. Adam cradles the back of his head with a hand and spins on the heel of his boot. He looks like he's about ready to inflict the same punishment he did to Ruth onto you. But then recognition clicks. You can see the conflict in his eyes, the hesitation, but you're already on him because you don't share the same qualms. You drop the skillet and finally go for the kitchen knife, seeing your opportunity to bring your arm in an upward slice. You cut through his fingers, not enough to sever them, but enough for him to lose his grip on the handle of his own weapon, and you hear a satisfying clang of metal hitting the floor. He drops to the ground in order to dodge the second follow-up attack. Adam cradles his wounded hand and looks back up at you, towering over him, knowing full well that you intend to put an end to this. That you intend to put an end to him. You raise your knife in order to deal the final blow, while trying to prep yourself for the guilt that probably comes with taking a human life, but knowing it needs to happen when pain blooms, spreads like poison ivy crawling up the side of a house.
Wait, did I get shot? Ruth, did you shoot me?
You blink in complete and utter confusion. What was that? Just now? You look up from where Adam is crouched and notice your aunt standing in her bedroom doorway. She's got a gun in her possession, with the drawer open beside her. When she lowers her weapon, you can see her face turning ashen, her eyes going wide like saucers, her gnarled fingers trembling. She mouths something you can't quite make out. You blink again. What happened to your hearing? Was it the bang? Did it somehow burst your eardrums?
Wait, Ruth, did you actually shoot me?
You try raising your arm, but they hang limply at your sides, refusing to respond. You notice Adam staring up at you, while on his knees, his own face mirroring out Ruth's horrified expression, which almost makes you laugh, because you feel a little light-headed, and not quite right for some reason. They were just trying to kill each other. Why the sudden pause? Your legs buckle, and you almost lose your balance. Oh, that was weird. And damn, why did your side burn? You reach down toward your hip in an effort to seek out the source of your growing pain, when you feel your entire side coated in something wet and sticky. From where your fingers drift, there's a small hole torn into the fabric of your shirt. It's small and circular in shape, almost like... Oh! Just as your brain connects the dots, your other leg gives out, and you become weightless as you fall towards the floor, your body's ecosystem finally registering the bullet's presence. An arm cushions the back of your head before it connects with the ground. Who? Darkness encroaches, but you see Adam's blurry form drift over yours. You'd recognize that damn purple hair anywhere by now. For some reason, he's yelling and shaking you by the shoulders. Hey! Hey! Glow eyes! His voice dips in and out, and you can't make heads or tails of what he's saying. But you don't really care, because right now, you feel so tired. Your eyelids are getting heavy with the strain of staying awake. You're so exhausted. So very exhausted. Your eyes begin to shut as you feel the pull of paternal sleep. You begin to let yourself go, because in doing so, you feel no stress, or pain, or fear, or any of the ugly things that come with existence, just blissful silence. Adam calls out to you again, but you don't respond. You let the darkness take you instead. Adam propels him forward on instinct and catches you mid-fall. Hey! Hey! Your eyelashes flutter, and crap, there's a ton of blood. He tries shaking you to keep you awake, but you're fading, and you're fading fast. The sight of you so weak and defenseless agitates him. Where the hell do you think you get off? You survived him, and yet one bullet to the lower abdomen is too much for you to overcome? You're really gonna fall to friendly fire? There's no way in how you're getting out of this that easily. He's not done with you. Do you get that? He's not done with you yet. God damn it!
Don't close your eyes. Do you hear me? Don't close your eyes.
Your breathing slows as the lower half of your shirt becomes soaked in red. You're not listening to him. You're not listening to him, and your eyes close, and no matter what he does, they refuse to open. Damn! Adam snarls and rips off his hoodie, tearing at the cotton sleeves in order to help staunch the constant flow of blood, cradling your limp body in his arms while he hopelessly tends to the wound. You're going to die. You're going to die, and there's nothing he can do. When he closes his eyes, a memory flickers like a candle wick, one of murky red water and the drip of a bathroom sink, and... No! He doesn't care if he needs to drag you from the depths of hell, kicking and screaming so long as you live. He'll bring you back by force if he has to. He is not letting you go.
Wake the hell up! Do you hear me? Wake the...
There's a click of a gun, and Adam feels something metallic get pressed to his temple, cutting him off. His eyes snap over to Ruth, who stands above him, gun in hand, with her finger on the trigger, ready to blow his brains out at a moment's notice. She doesn't even bother looking in your direction or separating you two. She's not here to help you. She's here to kill him. The photo. Where is it?
You've got some goddamn priorities with your flesh and blood lying here.
She pistol whips him, and he grunts. The gun drills into his temple upon return. Where did you take her? This greedy, selfish witch of a woman. Violent thoughts stir in his head. He imagines himself snatching the gun out of her hands, wrapping her hair around his fist as he bashes her head onto the nearest horizontal surface. He can find before he... Ruth pistol whips him again. Harder this time. Adam hisses and glares up at her, frustrated that he can't play out any of his twisted fantasies in reality. At least, not yet. Answer me, you piece of crap! Where did you take her? Where?
My back pocket! Check inside my wallet.
He's telling the truth to an extent. Her beloved picture is actually probably lying on the ground somewhere, but it's too dark for her to see, her eyes not yet adjusted to the severe lack of lighting. It provides Adam with a fantastic advantage. Ruth takes his words at face value, exactly as he planned, and when she reaches for his back pocket, in search of her precious photo, he brings his arm up and wrenches Ruth's wrist backwards, another gunshot going off as Ruth pulls the trigger, this bullet hitting the roof instead of its intended target, for a second time in a row. She won't get a third chance. Ruth shrieks as Adam wrenches her hand back, positioning the muzzle of her gun underneath her jaw.
Looks like I have the advantage again.
He curls his fingers over the trigger. Ruth thrashes this way and that, but Adam's stronger than her, too strong for her to have any hope of crawling her way out of the mess she made. When that doesn't work, she begins sobbing. What? Does she think he'll let her go if she cries hard enough? That she is someone worth pitying? The idea is so funny, it's almost laughable. She seems to sense his lack of empathy, because she becomes bitter in the next instant, cycling through a rainbow of emotions, her shrieks rattling the kitchen cupboards. You don't get it. You don't get it. I loved her. I really loved her. And you took her from me. And you and that monster both. Adam pushes the muzzle of the gun upwards, digging it deeper into her jaw, causing her to finally shut up. He's sick of this woman.
I couldn't give less of a crap,
Adam says, before finally pulling the trigger.
Let me get out of bullets.
Adam blinks. Nothing happens. He tries again. Click, click. Then realization hits. The gun's goddamn empty. Did she seriously waste all of her bullets? God. Ruth brings her head back and rams her skull against Adam's, forcing him to let go of his grip on both her and the gun. While he's recovering from the blow, Ruth descends on the kitchen knife before raising it high over her head, giving Adam a weird sense of deja vu, when you did the same thing moments before, and brings it down right as the front door slams open. An arm extends from the entrance and... well, clearly my prediction was actually right, I just got it on the wrong ending. Ruth sways for a moment, staring down at Adam in a silent accusation, before crumbling to the ground like a marionette with its strings cut. She lands face first into the glass shards, a gaping hole just an inch above her ear, leaking ichor. Adam already knows that she's dead. You know, it's hard for me to be remorseful. You did shoot me after all, goddamn you aren't. And here I was trying to protect you. I suppose silver lining is, I don't think she would have done it intentionally. She's just goddamn incompetent. Shot, not once, but twice. The arm in possession of the gun that killed Ruth disappears before Saffron fully steps into the trailer. Oh, he put 3 bullets in his gun as well, didn't he? So he technically still has 1 to use on us. His slacks, vest and button-up cling to his body due to the rain. Even his hair, usually slicked back for a sense of professionalism, is disabled. He cocks his gun again and looks at Adam. Adam sees the question sitting at the tip of his tongue. Are you alright? But Saffron knows better. Instead, he gestures towards Ruth's corpse and your unconscious form. What happened here? Adam ignores Saffron in favor of returning to your side, checking for a pulse. There. A heartbeat. It's faint but there. Adam gathers you up and into his arms, at the confirmation of your survival, in spite of his injuries that throb in complaint. He turns to Saffron, who quietly observes the whole interaction. There's a faint crease between his brows, his displeasure obvious and tangible. Adam knows of Saffron's prying nature, knows that he's bubbling over with questions, but refrains from asking them because getting a straightforward answer out of Adam is tricky in certain circumstances. But that doesn't mean he approves of what he's seeing. Adam, however, could give 2 craps about what Saffron thinks. Saffron, Adam says, his voice sharp like a command. Saffron looks up at Adam, albeit reluctantly, as he continues. There's a photo lying somewhere on the floor. I want you to grab it alongside Ruth and bring them both to the truck. We're leaving, he says, and brushes past his manager, who remains stationed inside the doorway. Adam's almost halfway down the steps. Your body is becoming drenched from the bulk of the storm, when Saffron's hand clamped down on his shoulder. Adam doesn't even bother turning around. Let's go. His voice is quiet, deadly. A serpent in the grass, hissing at a hungry wolf. A monster baring his fangs at the other beast who dare challenge it. Just tell me why you're bringing them with us, Saffron says. What do you want with them? Give me one good reason why, and I'll drop the matter entirely. Adam looks down at you, your expression calm and serene in your unconscious state. You look sweet, gentle, innocent, but Adam's well aware you're nothing of the sort. You distracted him from his initial purpose, his ultimate goal, leading him to damn near cave into the sudden desires. And he almost did, didn't he? Why did you kiss me? Adam shakes his head, disgusted. A stupid illogical question made on impulse, with the heat of your body surging against his. One that cost him greatly because he no longer has Ruth, the singular person connected to his past. Yeah, it's unfortunate. He no longer has her, but... Adam, Saffron urges, and Adam gazes down to your unconscious figure, resolute in his decision. He no longer has Ruth, but he still has you. Despite the fact that you're a liability, you're his only other option right now, and because of that, he needs you. He's not keeping you around because he wants you. You're simply a necessity. Yes, Adam thinks, with growing conviction, he needs you. That's all. Adam finally manages to shrug Saffron off.
Remember what I told you when we first met?
Adam asks, recalling the memory of pink-tinted water spilling over the lip of a bathroom tub, the water sloshing against his torn sneakers as he stood there with mounting horror. Tears streamed down his sore face.
Of course.
There's a sense of underlying pity in Saffron's tone that Adam loathes, but he refrains from drawing attention to it. Instead, he slowly pivots toward Saffron, the tips of his purple hair whipping around him as a large gust of wind hits the trailer park with sudden ferocity. The cross earring cuts into his cheek. A small punishment from the previous owner, he's sure.
I need them in order to complete my promise,
Adam says at last, his eyes flashing red as he lets the agony from age-old memory consume him.
My promise to her.
Saffron's office, current time. Saffron stares out to the near desolate landscape from his balcony doors, his arms folded behind his back as he relishes in the rare quiet of the sprawling hills. This place exists high up in the mountains, a perfect place to avoid getting caught on camera surveillance. Out here, no one will bother investigating the blood-curdling screams or the growing stench of the woman rotting in the back of his reefer truck. Well, not that she's rotting per se, but she smells absolutely vile, at least to him, but that's probably due to his lack of interest in her. You, on the other hand, smell absolutely delectable, even with your festering shoulder wound at the beginning stages of an infection. He had to stop himself from lunging for you while you lay unconscious in the passenger seat of the truck, with Adam tending to your injuries in an effort to keep you alive. Saffron nearly gave in to the urge of pulling over and devouring you whole. He fantasized about tearing strips of flesh off your bones. He thought about what sauces and seasonings to pair you with. He salivated at the prospect of lopping off just a finger or toe as an appetizer. He came so close to giving in to the ever-present hunger, but refrained due to Adam's insistence that he needs you. Or at least, that's what Adam claims. But Saffron suspects something more. He's never seen Adam so possessive about a target before, going as far as to smack Saffron's hand away when he reached for you in order to keep the strain of Adam's wounds. It's like Adam wants you for himself, for whatever reason. And Saffron feels disappointed, cheated, because they made a deal. He gets the bodies of the dead and damned after Adam eliminates them. That's the agreement. As a result, Adam doesn't need to worry about the details of getting rid of some pesky evidence, or a body, and Saffron can divulge in his own sadistic pleasures without doing any of the dirty work. It's a mutually beneficial transaction. And now, Adam's changing the rules of the game, making up mundane excuses as to why Saffron can't have you yet. It's frustrating. Saffron realizes he's gnawing at the skin of his thumb, a nasty habit he really needs to get rid of, and wipes the saliva off with a square piece of tissue paper. The urge to taste you is unbearable. It's borderline torture. Saffron sighs and folds himself into the plush desk chair in an effort to calm himself. He's not mad at Adam, but frustrated with his decisions as of late. Because, like it or not, they're affecting him too. He needed to reschedule everything after the injury Adam sustained during his shared encounter. Now he's unable to hunt the gardener boy because you aren't going to take up room in his freezer. He wanted something out of this whole debacle. You were an equally appealing prospect, so he felt satisfied. Now, with neither you or the gardener boy, he's ravenous. A little speck of your blood is not enough. He needs more. Saffron's hands fan out against his desk, his fingers brushing against something. Oh! The picture! His eyes fall on her, and he feels the monster subside in an instant.
Remember what I told you when we first met?
Adam had said, and Saffron did. And Adam is as sincere now as he was back then. So why is Saffron thinking such ludicrous thoughts? How shameful. Saffron places the picture into his desk drawer and chastises himself for letting himself get so worked up over a piece of meat, putting his own needs above Adam's for unjustifiable reasons. Adam does what he needs doing. He doesn't complicate matters unless warranted. He should trust Adam. Perhaps he's imagining things. Yes, that's right. He just jumped to conclusions. Once Adam's done with you, he's sure the boy will follow through. He's not anchored down by mundane feelings like most people. It'll all work out. But what if it doesn't? A tiny thought argues his inner doubt. What if you're right? Maybe you should take care of them yourself, just in case. No, stop it. Saffron spots the thoughts away, waving his hand as though there were a fly buzzing around his head. But he's gnawing on his thumb again. Saffron's pocket buzzes. Someone's calling him. Perhaps the venue management over their sudden cancellation. He looks at the caller ID. His heart skips a beat. Why is he calling? And why now of all times? Did he see something on the news about what took place at the trailer park? Is it about him? About Adam? Calm yourself, Saffron. You won't know until you answer. So Saffron clicks the green button and presses the phone to his ear, putting on his best everything is great performance.
So nice of you to call. To what do I owe the pleasure?
Saffron exhales the caller's name.
God?
What do we think? Is that going to end up being like his dad or something? Well, after all that, there's still one bad ending we need to get, and we need to let Saffron kill us, or kidnap us, one of the two. So, sounds like a deal. I'll take you up on that offer. Stranger clasps his hands together, like a teacher, proud of his student for giving the right answer.
Wonderful. I knew you were a sensible individual. Let us be off then, shall we?
The stranger presses a guiding hand towards the center of your back, urging you in the direction of a smaller parking lot, located directly behind the gas station, towards a small white reefer truck parked next to a large dumpster that smells of spoiled meat. Suspicion flares hot in your chest. This is shady as hell. Anyone well acquainted with the area knows this place is a hotspot for drug sales due to the lack of video surveillance. You don't want something caught on CCTV footage? You do it here. You dig your heels into the ground, a mere 3 feet away from his car door. He almost stumbles into you due to your sudden stop.
Something the matter, my dear? Is your shoulder? Or are you hurt somewhere else? I can carry you if you like.
His sincerity almost gets you to start walking again. Key word being almost. I think I've changed my
mind.
He finishes the sentence for you, and when you nod, his smile loses a fraction of its warmth.
You're not serious?
You don't answer, allowing your silence to speak for you. The corner of Saffron's eye twitches as he goes to rub at the spot.
You're really set on this? When all I asked in return was polite conversation in exchange for a drive and hundreds of dollars taken off your bill, you're okay with missing out on such an opportunity?
He circles you, almost like a butcher, but his eyes genuinely convey sadness and disappointment when he bends his body to match your height. You feel like you've disappointed a parent rather than an absolute stranger. But you're not budging on this one. This just reeks of bad news, and that reefer truck creeps you the hell out. You're making the right choice here.
I won't stop you from walking away if you're sure.
I'm sure. I'm sorry, and I should have realized sooner, but I'm not comfortable with this. He sighs and pulls back into his full height, or 6'5", casting a shadow over your form, shielding you away from the sun like a human solar eclipse. He straightens the lapels of his jacket. A smile returns, although conveying a deep loneliness you don't understand.
Very well then. If there's anything I can say to change your mind, then that's that. Unfortunate, since I was looking forward to the drive.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You take a step back, then another, and another. Well, I'll be on my way then. You turn around and start heading towards the front of the building, when an arm wraps around your waist. We still haven't learned our lesson, have we? We're still turning our back on creepy men. It's so quick that your mind takes a moment to catch up. What the? Something gets plunged into your neck. A quick, painful stabbing sensation. It's just as quickly gone. Or maybe it's because the area becomes numb. You don't quite understand what's happening as your body begins to slump. The words slip out of your grasp as soon as you speak them. Thoughts become disjointed like puzzle pieces tossed all over a child's bedroom. They come together almost as easily as they're ripped apart, and your body slowly begins to sink to the ground, aided by the person responsible for plunging whatever it was that caused this into your neck. What do you reckon? Did he stab us or just drug us?
Shh. Just let it take over. Don't fight it. You'll only hurt yourself more.
Your eyes get heavy, and his face hovers over yours, becoming a blurred mess of blues and whites. You open your mouth to speak, but it's filled with cotton. No! No! Cool hands brush your temple.
I'm sorry. I know I promised to let you go, but I'm afraid, for Adam's sake, I can't do that. And I'm sure he'll hate me for killing you myself. I know he wanted the honor of doing so, but you... The fact that you escaped him once, we can't risk that happening again. Doing so will bring his ruin, and mine. Adam!
Adam? You try thrashing around, but only one of your arms manages to respond, lifting up in a futile attempt to push him off. It falls back to your side again, useless. How did you allow this to happen? You trusted Adam the first time around, a complete stranger, and look where it got you. Now it's happened again, and this time you can't even fight him off. You're vulnerable, completely and utterly defenseless. Gloved fingers adjust the straps crisscrossing your chest, waist, and legs until you finally regain consciousness. White hair dips in and out of view, while stranger busies himself with ensuring you're properly attached to the cold steel table you feel underneath your back. When he notices you watching, he offers a genuine smile before pulling up the mask resting on his face.
Ah, you're up. Did you sleep well?
As good as one can after being knocked out with sedatives. But you digress. It's hard to argue when your mouth feels like it's been stuffed with cotton and your head keeps ringing. Not exactly the perfect time to offer your wittiest banter.
I apologize for things haven't come to this point, but I'm afraid for the sake of those I care about, I can't let you go free.
An apology doesn't negate the drugging or, kidnapping. You try to say as much and fail. Nope, your jaw still does not work right. Not being able to talk sucks ass. You know. At least with Adam, you got some verbal jabs in before he tried offing you. With how you almost prefer that now. You guess you're one of those types of people who prefer to go out with a bang rather than a whimper. Not that you like making the habit of running into men with murderous tendencies.
We're almost ready.
He says this as he tugs at one of the straps near your ankles and then round your waist.
Are these comfortable? I tried not to make them too tight. It cuts off circulation and we really don't want that now, do we?
He waits. Oh, God. He actually wants a response. You have no choice but to nod your head. He smiles as he pulls up his mask again.
Such a polite guest. A shame we couldn't chat more, Usually when I get this intimate with someone, I like to get to know them a bit better.
He turns around towards a table with a large display of tools. Anything ranging from hammers to buzzsaws to a literal machete. He runs a finger along the razor-sharp edge of a meat cleaver and examines it in the light before putting it back down.
No, not that one. That one's for my favorite guests.
He then picks up a scalpel, twisting it around with his fingers.
This is probably more fitting and what you were expecting, right? Cold, analytical, precise.
He comes up to you, allowing the flat blade to brush against your cheek, almost teasingly. You try shrinking back, but your binds hold you in place. The entire table rattles from how much you tremble and shake. He's choosing what to torture you with. Why not stab you and just be done with it? Why drag this out? A cruel smile curls underneath his mask as you try pulling at your strength. He can see the fear in your eyes. You firelight your fight senses starting to take over your body. Starts operating properly. He takes delight in it.
Yes, I think this one will do nicely. Now then.
He twists the blade so you can feel the slight biting cut of steel. Blood trickles down your cheek.
Count to 3 for me.
You open your mouth. Nothing comes out but a rasp of air.
Now. Try again. I'm a patient man.
But, yeah. He presses its ear closer to your mouth.
I'm sorry. What was that? You have to speak up, dear.
Your teeth clamp around his lower lobe, enough to draw blood and send him reeling backwards. Hell yeah! If we're gonna die, at least I died with making them bleed. There's a clatter of tools as he bumps into the counter and something falls to the floor. You can't see what it is, but you don't care. You just hope that it hurts.
You.
The man holds his bleeding ear, crimson rivulets seeping through his fingers and dripping onto the floor below. You turn your head and spit his blood out of your mouth.
Screw you.
The man lets out a soft laugh, but it's devoid of humor. His eye twitches again.
So crass. So vulgar. It seems.
His voice dips to a dangerous octave.
We're going to have to train that out of you.
Bring it. His eye twitches again, and he whips around at your challenge, turning on the radio behind him. Opera music echoes through the room as Saffron readjusts his instruments after bumping into them when you bit him.
Very well then. Let's see how long that resilience of yours lasts.
He retrieves the scalpel from the floor, which is what that clattering sound must have been earlier. A bottle of alcohol. What's he? The man grips your jaw with his fingers, cold as dead fish, and presses his forehead into yours.
Let's begin, shall we?
Oh, damn! Then he carves into your skin with multiple quick, precise swipes, followed by the quick uncapping of the alcohol and... Oh, that's gotta burn. You let out an agonized scream. Well, like I said, at least we made him bleed first. But I think that's all the bad endings, and the to be continued ending. I feel it's kind of fitting we end on a glutton for punishment. I still think God is gonna end up being the dad or something. I hope you enjoyed your time here. If you did, please remember to like this video and subscribe to this channel. But other than that, you have a spooky day, and I'll catch you next time, guys.